They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of display.
Give me a minute, everybody. I gotta restart it a little. Oh, dang. The homie Weebly, what's up, man? What's good? I'm on the road. But, yeah, man. Hey, everybody. What's up, man? It's Hold the Truth Hostage, where if the truth was so important, we wouldn't negotiate with lies. Oh, Kalala, what's up, man? Yeah, man. I thought about this video. You know, I was talking to Pars, and it reminded me that, man, you know, I never made a live stream. I never did a live stream on simp hunting. You know what I'm saying? Simp hunting, you know, a word that you know, I created in the manosphere. You know, I'm the one who the word simp hunting originates from me in the manosphere. And you know, what's funny about the word simp hunting is that, man, you know, there was a channel that, you know, falsely accused me of some very, very dangerous stuff, man. And they were trying to create a dating show called Simp Hunting. You know what I mean? They were trying to create a dating show called Simp Hunting. But, you know, this stream, you know, it's overdue. I had to do it, man. This stream is overdue. And, you know, I've realized a lot of things, man, you know, about simping, you know, what's going on with simping and the simp hunting scene. You know, when I did that video called Simp Hunters, I focused on the aspect of the women simp hunting. You know, before I go into it, let me just explain to you what simp hunting is. You know, just in case you don't know what a simp hunter is. You know, so I'm gonna fill you in quick what a simp hunter is. A simp hunter is basically a woman that seeks to join a lot of male dominated activities, you know, male dominated activities, you know, to use the manosphere as an example, you'll see a lot of simp hunters that join a lot of manosphere channels and try to talk for men, talk on behalf of men and talk with men, try to position themselves in a situation where they look like they support, they agree with men, and they want to help men and so on. And the difference between a simp hunter and a chameleon is that a chameleon will mostly host her own channel. She'll host her own channel. She'll speak about being whatever men want her to be on her own channel, you know, her own channel. While a simp hunter will be a woman that usually joins in on channels that are male dominated, you know, male dominated channels where she seeks to be one of the only women, or if not, you know, a rare case of a woman being within a male dominated space. And the reason a lot of women are becoming simp hunters, and I looked at it, you know, the word simp hunter actually originates from the gaming space. You know, in gaming was where a lot of the simp hunters originated. You know, a lot of the chicks, women cosplaying and so on, cosplaying, joining a male dominated space to acquire resources. So, you know, a simp hunter is all about participating in male dominated spaces to seek out resources. Because one thing that happened in the manosphere that was a very large sign. You know what I'm saying? It was like the bat signal, you know, or should I say the resource is that a lot of men in the manosphere started donating money, super chatting, sending money to other men. So a lot of the women watching the manosphere saw that a lot of these men talking are not broke. They're not broke men. They have money. So the women started to join in on the spaces. They started to join in on channels because they wanted to basically zone in on the men with resources to get some money from them, you know, because a lot of the women see the men donating money. I mean, I've been on you know, manosphere channels where somebody's donated 100, somebody's donated $200, somebody's donated 500, super chatted, whatever you want to call it. Somebody's put in money, and a lot of the women have seen that there is money in the manosphere. So a lot of women, and you know, don't be fooled by the chameleons. You know, the chameleon channels are channels such as I think your Just Pearlies, your there was this Viking girl with tattoos, and I think there's some channel run by some black chick with a lot of tats. You know, when it's a female dominated channel, it's not a simp hunter channel. Simp hunters usually will join in on male channels where the men are the dominant, you know, the dominant presence and the dominant feature of the channel. You know, Simp Hunter will join in on that channel to attempt to acquire resources, you know. So the Simp Hunter is different. I don't think Just Pearlies, you know what I'm saying? Just Pearlies playing an old game. It's more of your chameleon game, you know what I'm saying? Where she'll host her own thing, she'll talk about men's rights and all this and that. You know, play the role of the so-called traditional woman when, in actuality, a traditional woman doesn't tell men what to do. You know what I'm saying? If she was a traditional woman, she wouldn't be telling men what to do, how to behave, and this and that. She would know that's a man's. Men are talking, and men are talking about the issues they're going through. That ain't none of my business. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the chameleon will mostly play the role for the men. And you know, another thing is, just to let some people know, I don't know, there's a glitch on YouTube. Usually when I do live streams, I'm on I've set the channel to be on you know, people and blogs, but for some reason YouTube has been screwing the channel up where it sets me on entertainment for some reason. You know, like I said, man, we are, you know, you got people watching this, man, setting you up. It is what it is. But to get back to the talking point is that you gotta understand the simp hunters are the women that will join a male dominated space to seek out resources from men. That's how it works. You know what I'm saying? That's the hustle. Now, what this stream is about, you know what I'm saying? And remember, you know, we're full-time ghosting. You know what I'm saying? We're full-time ghosting, and this got nothing, you know, a simp hunter got nothing to do with me, as I don't really invite it or care for it. You know, I'm not attached to it or really am worried about being around it and all that stuff, because that got nothing to do with me, man. I'm full-time ghosting. But this stream, what it's about is that I didn't cover this, and as you could see from the thumbnail, you see a lot of women simp hunting. Now, the reason I'm doing this stream is that I realized something, man, you know, because I did the simp hunting video, the simp hunter, I think over a year ago. You know, it might be over a year or 2 years ago I did the whole simp hunter video. But what I've come to realize is that a lot of women are becoming or have become simp hunters. Oh, JP, what's good, man? JP, what's up, brother? What's good? a lot of women have become simp hunters because, and I'm happy the homie JP is here, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women have become simp hunters because the men have created a climate where that's the role women have to play. That's the role the women have to play. The women have to be the simp hunters. Because if you notice something with this current society, and let's say around the 2010s, the 2010s is really when the simp hunting actually got a lot bigger and a lot more mainstream. And I know what you're thinking. Well, what pushed women to become simp hunters by mass? What pushed women to be simp hunters by mass? Yo, Clown World, what's good, man? What's good, bro? What pushed women to become simp hunters by mass? Because in the 2000s, you didn't have the simp hunters like you have today. So you ask yourself, what made women into simp hunters? What happened is that in the 2010s, like I said, the 2010s was really the decade of the feminization of men. Men have not, in the history of America, have been as feminized as they are right now. And what this has created, it's created a situation where the women have to play the role of the hunter. You know what I'm saying? The men used to be the ones that, you're going out, you're going to find you a woman to talk to, try to get her number and all this and that. But with the legal changes, with the changes in the law, and, especially after the Me Too crisis and what happened, is that a big shift has happened, especially in 2010s. And you got to look at the 2010s that we're literally probably, my math might be off right now. My math might be off, but you got to remember that no-fault divorce was passed in 1969. So 1969 was when no-fault divorce passed. And you got to look up the divorce rate and how that increased. But during 1969, you still had a lot of traditional women or women playing their role. So you fast forward to the 70s, you fast forward to the 80s, and then the 90s. So you're looking at it that you're literally 30 years. Now think about it. You're 30 years removed from 1969. So if you look at 1969 and say, yo, a lot of the women that were young back then were women that were raised on the culture of the 50s and 40s. So there was still a grip of traditionalism within them. So now you fast forward to, like I said, you go from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, then the 2000s. So that's 40 years after 1969, no-fault divorce. So 40 years. So if you do the math, within those 40 years, that's 2 generations. That means women were raised during the time after no-fault divorce. So it took about a good 40 years to have it that the majority of women growing up were raised after and in a culture after no-fault divorce. So you get this whole, because think about the whole first wave feminism, second wave feminism, third wave. And if you do the math and you pinpoint it to after no-fault divorce, you'll see that you had 2 generations, most likely 1 generation. So if we say, let's say we count the generations at 30. Let's say so 30 years. So if we're saying 30 years, we don't count the 70s. We don't count the 70s because women coming after 1969 into the 70s were still being raised on a more traditional, semi-older culture of America. So the age you got to really count when no-fault divorce started to mature and be engraved in the women of America was truly the 80s. So you're looking at the 80s, and think about who got big in the 80s. You're looking at Oprah. Oprah Winfrey arrived in the 80s. A lot of talk show hosts and such arrived in the 80s. And if you look at what happened with the 80s, the drugs, the sex, and all that stuff, you're looking at the 80s. So if we say it all, the generation of women is in the 80s, you're looking at 80s, 90s, 2000s. So you're looking at about 30, and let's say about, the reason I put 30 years is that you're looking at when a lot of women became and had far less children and became far less unwedded and unmarried is about around the age of 30. So what I'm saying is we're literally 30 years after no-fault divorce. And what happened after those 30 years is that, and I'm going to reference some rappers. Look at the crop of rappers from Generation X, the Gen Xers. You look at the Gen Xers, and I think most Gen Xers were born around the 70s. And then you got the boomer, the 70s or 60s, whatever, the Gen Xers. They were raised around where there was still a high grade of traditional, roles between men and women. That's why if you look at the older rappers, Wu-Tang Clan, Nas, all the older rappers that are in their 40s or 50s right now, their whole behavior is different because they grew up around a household with a father still, where they had a father being dominant and present in their lives. You know what I mean? And you look at the homie Kalala said NWA. You look at all the rappers that blew up in the 80s and 90s, you'll see that they were still products of traditionalism. You know what I'm saying? They were products of traditional household values. But as you go into the 80s, where you see the Reaganomics, you see the drugs, you see all the issues ramp up, and you see the time that the split, the divide between men and women truly arrived, as you saw that debauchery, dysfunction, over-sexuality, drugs, it really expanded in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Of course you had Woodstock in the 60s, but Woodstock, they were coming from a household where in the 50s where they grew up where their mom and dad slept in a different bed. You know what I'm saying? So they grew up in a far more conservative age. Like, if you look at Woodstock, what happened in Woodstock? They did some LSD, they did some drugs and slept with people. But notice, they had to go to a festival. They had to go to an event to be, to act out that dysfunction. You know what I'm saying? To act out all this dysfunction and so on. Oh, Black Circle was good, man. Was good, bro. So you look at the 60s, they had to go to like an event. The men and the women had to go to events to be dysfunctional and be very over-sexualized. And, you had a lot of the cuck holding, and you had all of the orgies and so on. And they had to go to an event. You get what I'm saying? They had to go to an event. Now, when you fast forward towards the 70s and 80s, it's not a big event that's held once a year. It's going to parties. It's going to work events and so on. It becomes far more a natural aspect of life. You know what I'm saying? Going to the bars, going to, house parties and going to, bars and so on. Studio 80, whatever they used to call them spots in the the 80s. So that's why I'm telling you that it really happened around the 80s and 90s. And look into when AIDS when AIDS started to show up and started to blow up into the country. You know what I mean? When AIDS became at a very epidemic level was around the 80s and 90s. You know what I'm saying? When truly the divide between men and women started to truly, you know what I'm saying, bear fruit. It started to truly bear fruit. It wasn't women waiting for Woodstock, you know, some big concert or event once a year. It became just go out, do some drugs, party, and dysfunction started to happen. You know what I'm saying? So you got to look at it, I'd say I'd say the 80s, 90s, and, you know, semi 70s. I'd somewhat count the 70s, but not as much as I would count the 80s, 90s. You know what I'm saying? In 2000s. That's when I'd really count when the divide started happening. So now I know what you're thinking. So what about the simp hunting? Why is simp hunting such a thing? Why is it so mainstream? You know what I'm saying? Why is that slogan I came up with, if you can breathe, you can simp? You know, why is that such a big thing? Why are we in the age of, you know, the feminized man, or as I call it, the pink-pilled man? Why are we in the age of the pink-pilled man? You know what I'm saying? The over-feminized man is that you got to look at the shift. In 2000s, you had the arrival of Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. You know, Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, where a bunch of rainbow riders would pick clothes for straight men. They'll pick clothes for heterosexual men, man. So that was in the 2000s. Then in the 2000s, you had the arrival of the metrosexual man, you know, the metrosexual man. So they started saying, if a man is clean, if you go get your nails cleaned, you know what I'm saying? You get your nails done as a man, you're a metrosexual. Yeah, it was good, Pars. You know, you're metrosexual, even though if you look back in history, the wealthy kings, the wealthier a man was, the cleaner he was. You know what I'm saying? The men that were wealthy would I forget the word. Men that were wealthy would partake in having their nails cleaned, and, you know what I'm saying, living a much more clean lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Men that were wealthy would take part in this. You know what I'm saying? They would take part in these activities. But what happened is, in the 2000s, it became a situation where, well, if a man is clean, if that man is clean and likes to be neat and take care of himself, that man is a metrosexual. So if you look at the 2000s was really the final countdown. You know what I'm saying? It was the final countdown and a full introduction towards the man we have today, the feminized man. You know what I'm saying? The man that's over feminized. It was right after the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? The 2000s, when the 2000s started, and you got to look into movies like American Pie. You know what I'm saying? When I think about American Pie, I'm like, yo, think about American Pie 1 versus the later editions of American Pie. The first American Pie, you know, the dude, you know, he banged the pie. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, he embarrassed himself. And think about that. You got to think about that. A man is so thirsty, and he values the very thought of a female's body that he would burn himself. He would burn himself to bang a hot pie. You know, American Pie was also the beginning of this projection that men must embarrass themselves and must go as far as they can just to, you know what I'm saying, just to validate and imagine the female figure. So, you know, they got to simp at the highest level. So if you look at American Pie, You're like, of course, you're looking at it from a comedic level. Yo, he banged the pie. You'll be laughing. But if you compare American Pie to today, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. You got men today banging trying to bang AIs and images of a woman. So American Pie was truly the beginning of deifying a woman's the very notion of a woman, to the point where a man would bang a pie. And if you look at the sequel to American Pie, this is when the feminized man we have today. And a lot of guys that follow me, that watch this channel, they know what I'm talking about. They know about the closet and what's going on. Give me a minute. Give me a sec. Yeah, so you look at the sequel of American Pie. You look at the sequel of American Pie. What happened? What happened with the sequel? Well, American Pie, the first movie, he banged the pie. The very thought of a woman, the very imagination of a woman means a man would literally stoop to the lowest level, embarrass himself, and basically make himself so thirsty that he bang a pie. So the sequel of American Pie ushers in the beginning of the men we have today, man. The feminized man. You know what I'm saying? Or as I call it, the pink pilled man. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what the pink pill is, if you're new to this channel, I will show you what the pink pill man is. I'll just touch up on it. Give me 1 second. Thank you, boss. Oh shit, what is going on? So if you're new to this channel, I will tell you about the pink pilled man and what he is. The pink pilled man. Let me share an image for you. You know what I'm saying? Let me share the image for you. The pink pilled man. You know what I mean? Not that. Yeah. So what you see here is the pink pilled man. So what is the pink pilled man? The pink pilled man is a man that basically places the woman as his finish line. I made a video years ago called Finish Line Wife. You know what I'm saying? That was my first video into the pink pill. At the time, I didn't have a word for it. I didn't have a word for the pink pill. I didn't have a word for it. So I made a video called Finish Line Wife. So why is this important video? And what does this have to do with the pink pill? Well, the pink pillar is a man that basically places the woman above his manhood. Getting the woman means everything. It is the true definition of his life, is to obtain validation from a woman. So you look at this photo of Will Smith, if you're watching, now Will Smith is a millionaire, very popular, wealthy, and so on, but the finish line of his life, the greatest accomplishment of his life is the woman in his life. So now what does this have to do with American Pie? I know what you're wondering. Yo, hold the truth hostage. What does this have to do with American Pie? Well, in American Pie 2, when they did the sequel of American Pie, they had Stifler and his best friend kiss each other. They had Stifler and his best friend kiss each other just for the opportunity to be with a woman. Think about that. They basically had two men compromise their heterosexuality just to get a kiss from a woman. You know what I'm saying? Just to get a kiss from a woman, they had Stifler and his best friend compromise their sexuality. You know what I'm saying? And that is the arrival of the pink-pilled man. The pink-pilled man is the guy that will be twerking on his woman. He is so feminized. He has switched. The man is no longer the hunter anymore. The man is no longer the hunter. You know what I'm saying? The man is, I don't even think the man is even the gatherer. The man is subjecting himself to becoming prey. So if you watch American Pie 2, and think about it. Think about American Pie 2. You had Stifler and his best friend wanting a kiss so bad. Why wasn't the scene that they had to go like, streaking or something, like streaking, or they had to fight some guys? Like, why wasn't the scene that Stifler and his homie had to fight her boyfriend or something? They had to do something manly to get their attention. Instead, they had Stifler and his best friend kiss each other just for an opportunity to be kissed by a woman. You know what I'm saying? And think about that role. Now, a lot of guys will look at it and say, oh, hold the truth hostage. That's just comedy. That's a joke. No, man. That was signaling that men should not be the hunters. Men should not be the ones that play the role of the guys that make the first move. They shouldn't be. The men should play the role of the women. They will try to get attention to be selected. So it became a narrative of men should not be the selectors. Men should not be the pickers. They should be the ones that are picked. You know what I'm saying? And that's when women they started truly promoting the simp hunting. And another thing you got to think about is that who usually writes all these films? Who usually writes the scripts? If you look up most guys that write the scripts for movies, most of them were the nerds. They were the nerds. They were the betas. They were the weaker guys. So it's written from the perspective of a guy that didn't get nothing. You know what I'm saying? A guy that didn't get nothing is going to write a character from that same perspective. Because since he can't be selected not selected, since he can't make the first choice, since, let's say, he's not physically dominant, he's not physically built, he's not a Chad, he's not a Tyrone, you know what I'm saying? He's not a so-called masculine man. He's in the position where the women have to select him. He's going to do her homework. He's going to do anything to get her attention. You know what I'm saying? He's got to prove his worth to her so she can select him. So the majority of these movies are written from the perspective of the guys that were not the ones that chose the women. You know what I'm saying? They were the ones hoping that a woman would choose them. So you look at a movie like American Pie, where it's written where Stifler would kiss his friend just to potentially get a kiss from a woman. That's written from the beta male's perspective. It's written from the simp's perspective. You know what I'm saying? The guys that are so-called, below a Chad, below a Tyrone, and so on. And think about it that all of these movies, the mass majority of movies are not written by jocks. They're not written by jocks, former athletes. They're written by those guys that, let's be honest, man, they were not getting women. They weren't getting that much attention from the women. So all of their perspective comes from that narrative of, yo, you know, let me put my my voice. Well, you know, hold the truth hostage. If you're gonna get a woman, you're gonna have to bring her flowers. You're gonna have to do her homework. You're gonna have to try to talk to her, and you're gonna have to be nice, and you know, you're gonna have to try to get her attention and compete to make up for the fact that you're not the most popular guy, you're not the strongest, you're not the most handsome, you're not a jock, you're not an athlete. So you got to think about it. Think about this, man. A lot of guys are not think about this, but what happened during that movie also would create the bromance. It would create the bromance genre of movies. You know what I'm saying? So you got to think about all these rom-coms, all these romantic comedies. They were mostly written by guys that did not get nothing. So what they do, now they have the actors that are the jocks, the guys that are so-called handsome or Chads, Tyrones, whatever you want to call them. Now they have them, they use them as actors to embody what they had to go through and what they had to do. Like, think about the romantic comedies you've watched where you're like, dude, that guy's a Chad, that guy's a Tyrone. Like, why is he such a wimp? Why is he such a coward? Why is he so shy? Why is he so scared? And then why is this woman in this movie pretending like she doesn't see that he's a Chad and a Tyrone? Why is it that? Like, I'll go into a movie, like, think about the movie Aladdin. Think about the movie Aladdin, man. Think about the movie Aladdin, you know? You think about the movie Aladdin, you know what I'm saying? Aladdin was a thief. He was you know what I'm saying? He was a thief. He was acrobatic. I mean, Aladdin, in all honesty, the movie Aladdin might have been what inspired parkour. Like, if you rewatch the movie Aladdin, I think Aladdin was the first dude to be doing parkour, man, jumping off of buildings, you know what I'm saying? Backflips. Aladdin might be the GOAT, man. He might be the OG of parkour, man. He might have been the one that created that whole culture. But if you watch the movie Aladdin, and he's that acrobatic, he's that dangerous, he's that cool, why would Jasmine, you know, a woman who's bored and is sheltered in her kingdom, why would Aladdin need money? Why would Aladdin need all this stuff to get her attention when, by virtue of Aladdin just being who he is, he's a punk, he's a thief, he does dangerous acrobatics, he's not even scared. Like, if you watch the movie Aladdin, you'll never see a scene where Aladdin is scared for doing all these backflips and all these dangerous things. He ain't scared. That's how he grew up. So why would Jasmine need Aladdin to have money, need Aladdin to be mannered, well-mannered, dressed, and all that BS? Why would she need that? Because the writers of Aladdin were those dudes. They were those guys that they couldn't get attraction from their looks. Now, I invented this term, man. You know, this term, I call it, if you haven't heard of my channel, it's called attraction equals safety. Attraction equals safety. That means if a woman is attracted to you, you are no longer a stranger. A man who is attractive can't be a stranger. You know what I'm saying? You can't be a stranger. Dude, I've been in a chick's house, man. I was in her house. I slept in her couch. She didn't know me from nothing, bro. She didn't know me at all. But I fit the bill. You know what I'm saying? The laws of attraction, when you're attractive, oh, yo, OJ, what's good, man? Weebly, what's good, brother? You know what I'm saying? The laws of attraction bypass, you know what I mean? I'm going to tell you something, bro. If you're attractive to a woman, you go into the state of primal communication. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, I'm gonna tell you something, a guy that hasn't dealt with attraction, doesn't know when a woman is attractive to you, he's gotta say, well, you go to her country, you gotta speak her language. You gotta speak her language, you gotta adapt, you gotta support her culture, you gotta do all this BS when the laws of attraction, you know, will put you in the first language. The first language we all speak since we were born is body language. The number one universal language in the world is body language. You know what I'm saying? It's body language. You know, all that language with talking and saying words, that is all after body language. You got to ask yourself, if language was so important, you know what I'm saying? You could look this up on YouTube. If understanding a woman's language was so important, then how come a guy that looks good that's deaf? How come a guy that looks good that's deaf or mute can get any woman he wants? You know what I'm saying? If you made Tom Brady, let's use Tom Brady as an example. If you made Tom Brady mute, like Tom Brady can't talk, or if you made Tom Brady deaf, you know what I'm saying? He can only speak sign language, and guess what sign language is? It's a far more natural language than verbal speech. It's a subgenre. You know, I might be messing up these words, but it's a sub form of physical. It's a sub form of body language. You know what I'm saying? If you look up a lot of people that do sign language, they're doing a lot of body language. Like when somebody's doing sign language, you see their facial expressions and all these things. You know what I'm saying? Because sign language depends on body language. You know what I'm saying? If Tom Brady was mute, he was deaf, guess what? He would be still attractive to the women. You know what I'm saying? That's body language. You would look at him and still be attractive to him. You know what I'm saying? The laws of attraction aren't, yo, man, the woman want to talk to me. She want me to learn her language. No, man. She's attractive to my body, my appearance. So what does my body and my appearance have to do with language, talking, speaking, understanding culture and all that BS? What does that have to do with the laws of attraction? You know what I'm saying? What does that have to do with attraction? You know what I mean? What does that have to do with it? Nothing. You know what I mean? If you're an attractive person, you don't even need to speak a woman's language, man. She's gonna look at you and say, I'm attracted to this man and I'm gonna follow my attractiveness like a magnet. You know what I'm saying? She's magnetically seeking to be closer to you. So what the hell does speaking your language, man? I remember I was dancing with these chicks, man. I think these chicks were from Brazil or Spain or whatever. I didn't speak no damn Brazilian, man. I don't speak Brazilian, you know what I mean? I don't speak Spanish or nothing. These chicks came up. I was in a mist. I was in like a quick, you know what I mean? It wasn't a love triangle. It was an attraction triangle. The chick that invited me to dance with her, she wasn't as promiscuous as her friend. Her friend was like, you know what I mean, twerking on me and all that stuff. And then she went to the restroom. The chick that invited me to dance, she went to the restroom, but her friend was game for you know what I mean, was game for twerking and all that stuff, you know. But you know, I'm not a full blown Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a full blown Tyrone. I was still conscious. You know what I'm saying? I was still conscious, so I toned it down. I toned it down when she came back. Like I was trying to juggle two women. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to show too much sexual interest in her friend rather than her. If I was a full blown Tyrone, if I was full blown Tyrone mode, I would have tried to get both of them. You know what I mean? I would have tried to dance with both of them sexually. I wouldn't hold back. You know what I'm saying? I would have gone full primal mode. You know what I'm saying? Full primal mode, you know, like an animal. You know what I'm saying? I would have been, all right, yo, both of them is interested, so let me get both of them. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be, well, you know, man, what if I offend one of them, man? What if I offend one of them? It would have been, yo, I'm getting both of them. I'm getting both of those, man. You know what I'm saying? They both want me, so let me try to dance up on and kiss both of them. You know what I mean? If I was a full blown Tyrone mode, if I went full blown jock, full blown alpha mode, you know what I'm saying? Full primal mode, I would have went and got them both. But you know, I was still considerate. I was still conscious, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? They both gave me their number and all that stuff. But you know, when a woman's hot, she's hot, man. You know, a lot of guys don't understand the law of attraction. The law of attraction, there is no conversation. Conversation in the law of attraction, man. We didn't talk. We didn't know each other. They didn't know where I was from. I didn't know where they were from. So the law of attraction is really primal. You know what I'm saying? They were both attracted to my physicality, my appearance. You know what I mean? So them giving me their number is really the sign that it's over. Because we didn't talk, we didn't communicate. Yo, I was dancing. You know what I mean? They just signaled me to come over. I went and did what I did. You know what I'm saying? We didn't talk. The laws of attraction are all body language. Body language, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing body language on this camera right now. You know what I mean? Let me see. Oh, the light ain't working. Oh shit. Yeah, the light isn't. Oh, my bad. Damn. You know, my bad, man. I was trying to turn on the light on this fucking car, but yeah, the light ain't working. You know what I mean? The light isn't working. Oh man, fuck. Yeah, the light isn't working. I don't know why, but you know, the light isn't working in the car. Fuck, man, these people, dude. The light isn't working. But you gotta understand, man. The laws of attraction are body language. There is no conversation, talking, and all that BS, man. You know what I mean? The laws of attraction are universal. It's universal, man. You don't need to talk to no girl's language, man. Guys that are telling you, well, bro, you gotta speak her language. You gotta adapt to her culture, her music. Those are guys talking to you from a perspective of they don't know the laws of attraction. You know what I'm saying? The laws of attraction mean you don't need to know her language or nothing. You just need to know body language. That's it. Body language. There ain't no such thing as, well, yo, hold the truth hostage, bro. If she's attracted to you, you gotta speak, you gotta learn her language, talk to her. No, bro. She showed me the signs of attraction. And you know what I mean? I read her body language. We danced, you know, she twerked on me. Operation body language is done. That's the number one language. You know what I mean? That is the law of attraction. You know what I mean? All these guys telling you, well, you gotta speak her language. You gotta learn you know what I mean? To my Latino homies, you must learn the La Samba. You must learn the La Samba. You must learn merengue. Oh damn, it's hurt my voice. God damn. Antonio Banderas, man. You know what I mean? All these guys telling you the culture. I'm gonna be real with you, man. If I went to the Philippines, I went to Thailand, I went to Malaysia, whatever, dude. I'm going American, bro. I'm going with the culture I was raised in. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna order and eat how I eat. I'm not gonna be bowing. I'm gonna be doing my thing, man. I'm going there as me. I'm already a foreigner. The laws of attraction are already skewed in my advantage going overseas as a foreigner. So why they're looking like, it's kind of, I'm gonna use an example. It's kind of like when black women date a white man. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a black woman dating a white man, and she's wearing a wig, she's wearing a weave. The white guy wants to experience the black woman. He wants nappy hair. He wants to experience the black woman. Why would he want her to be wearing a wig and all that crap? You know what I'm saying? If he wants straight hair and all that stuff, he'd just go to a white woman. He would just go to a white woman and get it done with. You know what I'm saying? The only time a white guy will tolerate or, accept a black woman wearing a wig and a weave is because she's basically playing the role. She's a substitute. I forget the word. It isn't a substitute. What do they call that word, man, when a woman is giving birth for another woman? I forget the word. She's surrogate. There it is, surrogate. You know what I'm saying? She's a surrogate. So a white guy dating a black woman wearing weave, wearing fake white woman hair, that black woman is basically playing the role, a surrogate to the white woman he wanted. You know what I'm saying? He accepts her wearing a wig and a weave, all that stuff, because she's role playing. She's a surrogate to the white woman he couldn't get. You know what I'm saying? She's a surrogate to the white woman he couldn't get. Just like when a black man is looking for like a ghetto white girl. He's looking for a ghetto white girl or a ghetto Latino woman. He's looking for her to play the surrogate role of the black woman he couldn't get. He couldn't get a good-looking ghetto-ass black woman, so he gets that as a surrogate. He gets a white woman that's a surrogate for that. You know what I'm saying? She's a substitute for that. She's a substitute for the black woman he could not get. That's why you see white dudes. When you look at a white guy with a black woman where she's still wearing weave and still wearing a wig and, you know what I mean? She's playing the role. She's a substitute for the white woman he couldn't get. You know what I'm saying? She's a substitute or a surrogate, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? So he has a role playing. And, for the black woman that's wearing the weave and the wig, the high she gets is that she gets a white man to look at her and accept that, yeah, this wig you're wearing, it's really you. It's truly you, Trina. Trina, it's truly you. This wig, by God, honey, how did you get your hair so straight and beautiful? Oh, Trina, this wig is beautiful. Oh, I really love when you wear the bob, the hair bob and the straight. Oh, could you get your hair spiked up? Oh, I love it. I love that wig. I love when you straighten your hair and all that stuff. It's because she's playing the surrogate, bro. She's the surrogate to the white woman he couldn't get. Just like you see a lot of black dudes like, yo, man, this white girl is thick. She got she got a booty, man. She know how to twerk. She is a surrogate and a substitute to the black woman he couldn't get. Because if he really wanted this white woman for being a white woman, he would not acknowledge the roles that he predominantly experiences in the black community. He would just accept her for what she brings. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like me, man. I've danced with some white chicks and kissed them, all that stuff. I never told this white chick, man, you kiss like a black chick. Oh, you twerk like a black chick. Oh, my God. I would never say that because I don't care. I'm not looking for a black substitute. I'm not looking for a black surrogate. I'm just looking for a woman. You know what I'm saying? A woman is a woman. She's green, black, lemon. You know what I'm saying? Let me start describing some fucking colors. She's lemonade, lemon colored. You know what I'm saying? Kiwi colored, fruit, fruit punch. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. A woman's a woman. You know what I mean? I don't say, well, she twerked on me. My God, Cindy twerked on me like a Trina. My God, yo, my man, this white girl twerked on me like she was straight from the hood, man. You know what I mean? Oh, this Asian chick, she twerked on me like she was straight from the hood, bro. It was awesome. Nah, man, I got an Asian chick twerking on me. I'm like, oh, word. That's a woman twerking on me. Good. Mission complete. You know what I'm saying? The mission is a success. I'm not looking for no substitute. I'm the man that arrived at the point where, this is what full-time ghosting is about, man. I'm detached. I'm detached from the law of preferences. You know what I'm saying? Because I know preferences are limitation. Damn, this fucker, man. This person parks right in front, man. Fuck. You know what I mean? I'm immune to it. I understand, and I covered this in a Casper Pill 2.0. Your preferences are a limitation. If you say, yo, man, the only women I can be with is a black girl. The only woman I could be with is an Asian woman. The only woman I could be with is an Indian woman. The only woman I could be with is a white woman. Then, dude, you're limiting yourself. But you're justifying that limitation with a word called preference because you set the limit. You know what I'm saying? You set the limit, so you're calling it a preference. When in actuality, your preference is a limiter. You know what I'm saying? I understand the full meaning of a preference. And also, in going full-time ghosting and, Casper Pill 2.0, I understand that my preference is black women because, dude, that's the majority of the women I was raised around. So my preference is built around what I was access to, what I had access to. It isn't based around what I truly want. You know what I'm saying? But, to get back to it, to get back to things now, let's get back to what I was trying to say. So the SIMP Hunters, So as you can see, all of the movies you watch, all of the TV shows you watch, man, all of the propaganda comes from men that were not, shout out to the Zoomers. They weren't that guy, man. They weren't him. They weren't him in high school, man. They weren't him in high school. They weren't him in college. They weren't him ever. So all of their writing, all of their perspective comes from peacocking and begging women. You know what I'm saying? Because think about the movie, and you could go watch it. I watched the movie Hitch. If you go watch the movie Hitch with Will Smith, you go watch that movie Hitch, why would a guy that looks like Will Smith act the way he did, sweating, stressing out, you know what I'm saying, over one woman, one dude? Will Smith is literally a Tyrone in that movie. He's a Tyrone. He's a jock. And then why would that woman play like she's not aware? You know what I'm saying? If, I apologize if I'm breaking your love of fiction. I apologize if you're watching this stream and you're like, oh my God, hold the truth hostage, man. You're breaking my immersion into romantic comedies. You know what I'm saying? You're breaking it, bro. You know what I'm saying? How can I watch Save the Last Dance? How can I watch all of these romantic comedies, bro, when you're breaking down that the writer was a simp? The writer who wrote the damn movie was a simp and a beta, and he wrote it from a beta's perspective. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's using the attractive man, the handsome man, the Chad and the Tyrone as an avatar for him. You know what I'm saying? So all these movies you watched, all these romantic comedies and all these movies where you're like, dude, there's no way in hell Heath Ledger, you know what I'm saying? There's no way in hell Heath Ledger would be in a movie where he's shy and he's scared of some woman. He's freaking Heath Ledger. You know what I'm saying? He's a Heath Ledger. He's a classical, the old term. A lot of guys don't use that term no more. He's a classical pretty boy, whatever. Why would a guy who knows he's attractive play the role of he's sweating, he's scared of the women? Why? Why would he play that role? Why would he be scared of any woman? He's freaking Heath Ledger, man. You know what I'm saying? Why would he be scared? Unless the writer, the screenplay writer, the person who wrote the damn movie was a scared, soft simp, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, I apologize for breaking your immersion. Now, every movie you've watched, now you're like, holy shit, man. It makes sense, bro. It makes sense. It had to be a simp who wrote these movies. Oh, man, don't tell me that guy robbed me. Fuck, man. God, sometimes I go to a gas station, and you know what I mean? You pay these motherfuckers, man, and they don't put the gas in your fucking car, man, or they chose the wrong brand. You know what I mean? But, you know, let me, fuck, man, whatever. You know, so, you know, so now I've broken your immersion. Now you're like, oh my God, man. It makes sense, bro. How come you're watching a movie with a Chad and a Tyrone and the guy is scared of the woman, man? He's scared. You know what I'm saying? You know, now I've parked. Let me see what the homie Aeon said. All those romantic movies are made for women who fantasize about Chad being a simp. No, my brother, no. No, Anon, no, my brother, no. That is a lie, my brother. That is the narrative that is said by men who don't understand the law of attraction. Because if you look at movies from the 40s and 50s, they were not Chads. Chads were not simps in those movies. You know what I'm saying? They were direct. He liked her. He walked up to her. Hey, Lisa, you're looking good there. Sweet chicks. He put the old 1940s. Hey, Lisa, you're looking good, sweet cheeks. You want to be my dame? You want to be my main dame? You want to be my lady? Huh? And she would say, oh, sure. You know what I'm saying? So that narrative, it's because you got to also remember that in the 1940s, we didn't have no-fault divorce. You got to understand why I said it started with the 80s. And really the 80s, the 90s, where a lot of the movies became more simplified, because around that time, divorce skyrocketed. Divorce started skyrocketing. The women started to think about it. If you watch a movie from the 40s and 30s, I don't think there were scenes where, oh man, his wife is taking his kids and she's just driving to mom's house. No, that didn't happen in the 40s. You know what I mean? That didn't happen in the 30s. You didn't see that in those movies, man. You know what I'm saying? You didn't see that in those movies where the woman just took the kids and she's driving off with them. Nah, that didn't happen. None of that was going down. You know what I mean? None of that was going down, bro. But as you arrive around the 80s, you know what I'm saying? As you arrive in the 80s, all of a sudden, you start seeing movie scenes where, oh, Charles, you disrespected me. I'm taking the kids to Nana's house. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, you started seeing these movies where, you know, all of a sudden you started seeing movies. No fault divorce. Because I watched that movie Divorce Corp.
No Fault Divorce started in 1969. You know what I'm saying? But if you watch Hollywood, you got to think about Hollywood. Hollywood is literally around the 80s. Think about the 80s. A lot of guys in the manosphere, a lot of these so-called dating gurus, these freaking guiders of the system, these PUAs. Think about where PUAs started. The Pickup Artist movie was written when? In the 80s. The 80s was when the Pickup Artist film was made. Think about it. What is that saying about the culture? And remember, a lot of times Hollywood is ahead of what's to come. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times Hollywood is telling you what's coming. You know what I mean? And the Pickup Artist movie was made in the 80s where men gotta know lines and they gotta do all these romantic, simplified BS. When in the 40s, in the 40s, 30s, a guy would walk up to a girl and just tell her, I like you. And she would be okay. If she liked them, bang. She would introduce him to her father. She would have to get approval. You know what I'm saying? It was a male, authoritative, male-dominated society. But around the 80s, you start seeing a lot more movies with single moms, MILFs. You start seeing a promotion of MILFs. I mean, even the promotion of MILFs is actually to further, if you look at a MILF, it's actually a promotion of leftovers. You know what I'm saying? Overvaluing leftovers. You're like, oh God, yo, look at this MILF, man. Yo, she's a 9 and a 10, bro. You know what I mean? She's hot. She's fire. But I did this rating system. You know what I mean? In fact, let me put on my avatar since there's no light here. But I did a rating system not too long ago. If a woman has kids, you gotta subtract. There's no such thing as a woman that's a 9, a 8, a 7 if she had kids. Because if she had kids, you gotta subtract potentially 3 to 4 points. You know what I'm saying? 3 to 4 points. So how can a woman be a 9, a 10, a 8 if the kids, you got to put the kids as a subtraction, a heavy subtraction at that. You know what I'm saying? So how can a MILF be a 9, a 8, or a 10, and so on? If you start looking at movies in the 80s, the whole narrative of, the attractive teacher, seeking to bang out your teacher, man. You know what I mean? That started being pushed heavy because that's when the writers, and think about these writers, some of them, they grew up in a divorced household. You know what I'm saying? Divorced, or their parents were not separated. So they always wanted some man to step up and be their father. You got to think about that. A lot of guys don't think about, everybody's so focused on, that's a single mom, that's a single mom. They're not focused on the fact that, her kids want a father. Her kids want a dad, man. You know what I'm saying? And rightfully so. They want a father, bro. Her children want a father. So those guys who grew up where their mom was a single mom and never got remarried, never got in another relationship. So when they write a story, they're writing a story. If they do a self-insert where they insert themselves in a story, these guys will write a story where, you know what I'm saying, the guy is attracted to their mom or gives their mom a second chance. They'll write a story where, their mom ends up married. You know what I mean? Look at the movie. What was that movie called? Pretty Woman, where, she was a rich guy falls in love with a prostitute. You know what I'm saying? Falls in love with a hooker and wifes her up. You got to ask yourself, who wrote that? You know what I'm saying? What were they going through? What was he going through to where he would write a story where a rich guy wifes up a hooker and a prostitute? You know what I'm saying? Was his mom a hooker or a prostitute? You know what I'm saying? You have to understand that the simp hunter was born and created from the 80s, I'd say the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Because you got to look at the movie Pickup Artists. Think about it. The movie Pickup Artists came out in the 80s. In the 80s, where all of a sudden men got a peacock. They got to do all these lines and all these stupid words and all that BS because the world was becoming feminized. Their mothers could take them away from their fathers at a drop of a dime. At a drop of a dime, they could take their kids and take them. Oh, Leonard, you're being. I'm taking the kids, Leonard. You know what I'm saying? They grew up around that time, and you got to look at it. No fault divorce was passed in '69. So if you look at that and say, okay, any woman that was in her 20s in the 60s, by 69, she was around 29, 28. So no fault divorce passes. All of a sudden, divorce becomes a lucrative thing. Divorce now, the marriage is held together based on the woman's emotion. You know what I'm saying? Her emotion. Then those kids are taken away from the father, let's say 69, 70. I watched that movie. I recommend everybody watch that movie, Divorce Corp. It's on YouTube right now. Watch that movie, Divorce Corp. It said once no fault divorce was passed, divorce increased by over 40%, over 50%. It skyrocketed. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at that, now imagine if a woman had her kids around the 60s. So I think wasn't the Gen Xers or the Gen Xers were the 60s. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't the Gen Xers like the 60s or 70s or something? You know what I mean? So that means they were born, let's say they're born in the 60s or something like that, or late 60s they were born. Around that time, that's when they would start being taken away from their fathers due to no fault divorce. You know what I'm saying? That's when that would start happening, and they would start maturing. The daughters and the sons that grew up around that environment would start maturing to around teenagehood, around this late 70s to 80s. That's when they would become teenagers and people in their 20s. You know what I'm saying? So the simp hunters, the age where women had to become simp hunters started fully developing around the 80s. Now let's get refocused to why you see simp hunters today. Why simp hunting is such a major thing. Why the women have to simp hunt. They don't got a choice. They don't have a choice. The women have to become simp hunters because if you go all over the manosphere, I've been in Black Pill conversations, I've been in MGTOW conversations, I've been in Red Pill conversation, I've been all over the manosphere. I've been all over the manosphere. And if you're all over the manosphere, what do you hear? You hear a lot of men saying, why don't these women choose me? Why don't they choose me, man? You know what I'm saying? Is it my height? Why don't they choose me? Think about that. You know, you hearing this, if you're in another manosphere channel, you're hearing, oh man, them women they're so wrong for not choosing guys. They're so wrong for not choosing and giving more men opportunities. What are you signaling? What are you signaling when you say, why don't the women choose me? Why don't they pick me? You're signaling that the women must be the ones to select. Now, if a woman is to make the selection, you're signaling that she must be the hunter. She must play the role of the hunter. You know what I'm saying? So the women in modern day, men won't, of course you add in the 2010s, the legals, the laws, the consent laws, and all the Me Too's and all this stuff, it's placed men in the position of the women. So the men are now telling the women, hunt me, choose me, hunt me. So the men are telling the women, you must play the role of the hunter. That used to be the role of the men. The men would walk up, you know what I'm saying? If you're a product of the 90s like me, you remember guys just walking up to a chick, yo, what's good, man? What's up with you? What's good? You remember in the 90s, the dude who got his car that would just drive around, hey, babe, yo, what's good with you? You want to ride? You want to ride? I'll take you home. You know what I'm saying? You want to go chill somewhere? I got a car. You know what I'm saying? I'll drive you to the park. Let's go chill. Let's go to the park. Let's go to the beach. Guys will just drive up to a chick, what's good, and do what he got to do. You know what I mean? The men in the 90s were still hunting. It was still the choosers. Men in the 90s were not saying, why don't they choose me and all that. You'd hear about it. You know what I mean? But in the 90s, you would hear from the perspective of the men, man. For you to be able to choose women like that, you got to look like, you got to look like Tony. You got to look like Tommy. You got to look like Tyrone. You got to look like Jared, man. Those guys choose, man. Those guys choose. You know, as for me, I got to figure out a way to allow her to let me choose her, let me make her my girlfriend. In the 90s, it was all about men would still talk from a perspective of, I have to somehow, if I'm not a Tom Brady, I'm not a Chad, I'm not a Tyrone, I got to somehow figure out a way to allow to be able to get her to be my girl. Listen, to get her to be my girl. In the 90s, it was still about the man being a perspective of still the hunter. He's still the hunter. He's still the chooser. In the 90s, the guys were still choosing. But once you get to the 2010s, the narrative completely changes. So let me change to the cover. You know what I mean? Let me show you this pink pill quick. Then we get to the 2010s, the age of the feminized man. The feminized man, and we get something like this, man. We get this. We get men who now are all about virtue signaling to the woman to choose him, to hunt him. We get to the point where men are twerking, men are wearing dresses. You know what I'm saying? The homie Nezzy Nez, what's good, bro? What's good? Yeah, the last hint of the 90s was in 2008. I think the last time the 90s, I think it has to do with 50 Cent. If you look at 50 Cent's career, consider Kanye West the man of today. I think the last time we were in the 90s was around probably 2004 to about 2006, 50 Cent. I think 50 Cent, you use 50 Cent as a trajectory on manhood, you'll see that. I think the last time, where we could still curse each other out, we could still go crazy, we could still be men, was around, I think it was 2005. It might have been 2005, and it might have peaked around 2023 when 50 Cent arrived. Because when Kanye West beat 50 Cent after all the internal setup, like 50 Cent was set up internally, his album was leaked. And think about what Kanye West represented. He wore a backpack. He was soft-spoken. He was rapping from a very feminine perspective. You know what I'm saying? Kanye was really the beginning of the full-fledged rappers becoming even more feminized. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Yo, the homie D, man, it's all good, bro. It's all good. You already know, man. You already know, man. Yeah, and you're right. It was implemented nationwide in 83. Word. You 100% on that. So if you look at, I think Kanye West versus 50 Cent was really the true beginning of the end of manhood as we know it. Because when the whole industry set up Kanye to win that battle against 50 Cent, 50 Cent's album was leaked literally 2 weeks before. His album was leaked and he still sold around 750,000. That means if 50 Cent, and remember what 50 Cent, what 50 Cent represented. 50 Cent represented a gangster, a tough guy, a guy who took no mess, dude. 50 representing 100% unadulterated manhood. 50 Cent got shot 9 times. And he didn't say he was a victim. That's one thing I respect about 50, man. 50 got shot and said, yo, man, I got shot. I came back. You know what I'm saying? You remember that? You'll remember this quote from 50. He got hit like me, but he ain't even breathing. 50 bragged about surviving being shot 9 times. He survived. He bragged about it. And then you get Kanye, yeah, you know what I mean? Koala, get rich or die trying. Yeah, get rich or die trying, in my honest opinion. 50 Cent, 2002 to 2003. And I was listening to 50 Cent every day. Me and my brothers used to wake up and go to sleep to G Unit, man. Every day we play a mixtape, man. Every day we made a mixtape. We went to sleep to it. You know what I mean? I can still hear it in my head right now, man. Listening to that bootleg G Unit album every day, bro. It was like religion. Me and my brothers would go to sleep, wake up, G Unit. You know what I'm saying? And you got to think about 50 Cent versus you look at a guy like Cameron. Cameron of Dipset. Cameron was wearing pink, was very flashy. He's from Harlem. Super duper fly pimp type of guy. Then 50 Cent came and hip hop was 100% raw. 50 wasn't scared of, if 50 had a problem with you, he let you know. 50 wasn't sugarcoating, no subliminals. It was, yo, I got a problem with Ja Rule. It was, yo, fuck Ja Rule. I got a problem with this rapper. Fucking 50 was 50, in all honesty, man. He is the last. His dominance was the last time, unspoken, you know what I mean? Unadulterated. Yo, we got a problem. We got a problem. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to talk. You know what I'm saying? 50, there's a video of 50 saying, yo, I wish nothing but the worst for that man. You know what I mean? I wish to one day bring a box to help put him 6 feet. You know what I mean? 50 ain't play, man. 2000, like the homie D-Man said, 2003, man. That's where it peaked. 2003. And you got to remember, Queer Eye for the Straight Guy was a couple years before 50. You know what I mean? Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, the metrosexual man, where they went. I remember being little watching the news, and I was like, what is this whole metrosexual man thing? You know what I mean? I thought that was just a guy who was too clean, the clean freak. You know what I mean? A neat freak, clean freak. They had to change the gender. That's when the gender initiative in a closet. And you got to look at that combination. The closet and the gender attack happened at the same time. You had Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, where Rainbow Riders, you know what I mean? Not to upset YouTube. You had Rainbow Riders telling heterosexual men how they look attractive to them. You know what I'm saying? You had Rainbow Riders, you know what I mean, dressing men. Then you had, out of nowhere, the whole internet. You could even look it up. There's a 30 for 30. The media went on a full blitz attack on the so-called metrosexual man. You know what I'm saying? If a man was clean and cleansy, he was a metrosexual. And if you think about metrosexual, that was the birth of gender politics. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So if you look at it from this perspective, you would say the first person to identify and be genderized was a heterosexual man, calling him a metrosexual. All of a sudden, him being clean and cleansy, he was a metrosexual. You know what I'm saying? Instead of them saying he's a neat freak, man. He's a cleansy, he's a neat freak. He just has to be clean at all times. Nope. We gotta feminize the men. He's a metrosexual. Like, well, what the hell is a metrosexual? Like, what is he doing that's different, his sexuality wise? What is the difference? Nothing. But they had to start spinning the narrative. You know what I mean? They had to spin the narrative. So all of a sudden, if you're a clean man, if you get your nails cleaned and you get your eyebrows cut, you like to look neat and clean, and you're super superficial, you're a metrosexual. You know what I'm saying? You're a metrosexual now. Let me see what the homie D-Man, I still listen to those tapes today. Yo, D-Man, that freestyle, that G-Unit freestyle with Lord Banks. You know what I'm saying? I got a gun the size of Little Bow Wow. Woo! Come on, man. I be on YouTube re-list. Rap, the last era where rap was real was in the early 2000s, man. 2000s was the last time. Rap today, we're in the rap after Kanye West. We're in the Kanye age of rap. Kanye West has literally influenced every rapper. And if you look at Kanye West, you know what I'm saying? That ain't somebody you'd say that's stoic. Kanye wifed up Kim Kardashian, you know what I'm saying? A dirty plate. You know what I mean? That's going to be my new term from now on, man. Dirty plates. You know what I mean? I'm not using leftovers. I'm not using none of that. I'm saying a dirty plate. You know what I mean? Kanye wifed up a dirty plate, man. You know what I'm saying? He wifed up a dirty plate. You know what I mean? And Kanye made it popular. Then Ray J came, Ray J made a whole video about, you know what I'm saying, eating a dirty plate. He made a dirty plate tape. You know what I'm saying? So, and look at Kanye. What does Kanye represent? He wore backpacks. He was soft-spoken. He was very emotional. He'd have bursts of, he gets super hyper over emotional. Kanye was raised by a single mom. Look at that, my guys. Come on, man. Somebody give me some credit, man. So if you look at Kanye was raised by a single mom. His mother passed away going under for plastic surgery. And what is every woman today? Women are passing away from getting BBLs, getting plastic surgery, getting all this stuff. If you look at Kanye as literally the beginning, you would say all this stuff, and you got to remember the way America works is the black people are the canary in the coal mine. They're where it all starts. And look at Kanye, man. So if you look at Kanye as the beginning, Kalala, damn right, bro. You could say, damn, you need to put all caps on that damn. Need to put some apostrophes as well, man. So if you look at Kanye is the origin of the modern day man today. Kanye West is the beginning. You know what I mean? Kanye raised by a single mom, very feminine, and Kanye does fashion. Kanye was a fashion designer and all this stuff. Ojit, my apologies, man. I know, my brother, my apologies, man. My apologies. I know he's from Chicago. You know what I mean? Ojit, man, I know, my bad, bro. Don't hate me, man. Don't get mad at me, Ojit, don't get mad at me, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at it, think about it. Ojit, you about to laugh about this one, man. You about to laugh, bro. Yeah, you damn right, Kalala. Damn. You about to laugh, Ojit. Think about it. Chicago. Most dangerous, city in America, Chicago. And Chicago becomes the birthright. Chicago is where also not only the most dangerous drill rap and all that, Chicago also breeds the beginning of the simp era with Kanye West. Kanye West is the very origin of popularizing simping. Kanye is the the OG of simping. The originator of the modern day simp is Kanye. You know what I'm saying? And look up Kanye's clothes. Kanye was kind of, you know what I mean? I forget the video. I think Kanye was the start of the semi dress, the semi hijab wearing. You know what I mean? Kanye. So if you look at it, dude, Kanye is the blueprint. There it is. There's the word I was looking for. Kanye is the blueprint for the modern day simp. The modern day simp is hyper fashion aware, super fashion aware. The modern day simp is very feminine, cares mostly about fashion. Like the modern day simp will not leave his house if his shirt doesn't match, doesn't match, the weather pattern. You know what I mean? The weather pattern. So you look at Kanye, man, Kanye is the origin. He is where it all begins. And think about that. Like the homie Kalala sharing, Kanye's mom passed away over Botox and surgeries. Yeah. Yeah, brutal, right? And you want to know what's crazy about this Kanye West thing? I did a video way back, bro. I did a video way back in YouTube. It was a super early video I did with one of my homies. It was a joke. I did a joke. It's funny how this comes back to me. I did a joke, like I said, man, I was uncut, man. I was a very comedically, man. I'm a guy that joking wise doesn't believe it's too early. I didn't believe it was too early. I did a joke about Kanye's mom's passing, it got deleted. One day it might resurface, who knows, whatever. But think about it. I did a joke about Kanye back in like 09. 09. Think about that. Back in 09, I did a joke about Kanye. And then now in 2023, I realized that Kanye is the very origin of modernizing, the modern day simp. You know what I'm saying? Kanye is the origin of modernizing the modern day simp. Kanye. You know what I mean? Crazy how things come back, man. Crazy how the past can lead to the future, man. Crazy. So if you look at Kanye West, he is literally the blueprint for the modern day man. Single mother, obsessed with fashion, very feminine, will snap and get very over emotional. You know what I'm saying? Very over emotional. You know what I'm saying? And I respect Kanye's what he's done from a business standpoint, to a certain extent, but Kanye is literally the blueprint for the modern day simp, man. The modern day simp millionaire, athlete, mogul. Kanye is literally the blueprint for Elon Musk. And think about it. Who is Elon Musk close to? Kanye West. And who did Elon Musk wife up and have a kid with? Grimes. Kanye is the blueprint for the modern day simp, man. Isn't that crazy, man? Isn't this crazy? Isn't this epiphany you're hearing now just, blowing your mind, bro? Look at the homie Ojit, man. That would explain the choice of choosing Kim as a wife. Yeah. You know what I mean? Kanye was raised by a single mom. And she didn't. And think about it. Kanye was a millionaire. Instead of his mom going to the gym and getting some exercise, she could afford the best, you know what I mean, gym trainer and all that, dietarian. She went under the surgical thing to get a surgery. And Kanye's mom at that time was like, what? She was in her 40s or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And then he wifes up Kim Kardashian. You know what I'm saying? And just like he lost his mom, he ends up losing Kim Kardashian. You know, and he loses Kim Kardashian like he lost his mom, and his mother was what they call it, narcissism. Narcissism is how Kanye lost his mom, and narcissism is how he lost Kim Kardashian. Think about this, man. You know what I'm saying? Think about how all the pieces of the puzzle, you know, all my homies that watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Think about how we're assembling the Millennium Puzzle. You know what I'm saying? We're assembling the Millennium Puzzle right now. All I need on this stream is the Dark Magician, man. You know what I'm saying? All I need is the Dark Magician, and I need to just put the pieces of Exodia together. Put the pieces of Exodia live on this stream. You know what I mean? Live on this stream, and it's over. So the modern day woman has no choice but to simp hunt, because the modern day man, you know, the feminized man of today has chosen being raised by single moms. Then you add in the fact that men in the 2000s, and I'm gonna go further. I'm gonna go further to show you that. And I'll be talking to some of the white homies. I always tell the white homies, follow the black community, man. If you follow the black community, you will know the future of your community. In the 2000s, in the 90s, what did we call black men that were, you know, that were attached to the hip to their woman? We used to call them whipped. We used to call them, you know, whipped. You know what I'm saying? Peace sleeve way, whipped. You know what I'm saying? We used to call them, you know, pussy whipped and all that. And what happens to the modern day man now, man? Everything that happened in the black community is now the norm. You know what I'm saying? It's the norm. That's why a lot of white guys don't get it. Why Fox News, they got to put racism. They always got to put race. How do you blindfold, you know, the white homies that's listening, and you know, the Latino homies that's listening? How do you blindfold other races of men? You keep it a race thing. You know what I'm saying? You make it about race. That's how, you know, you got white guys saying, yo, man, the white women, those are our women, man. Those are our women. And, you know, the black men are trying to take our women. They make it about race, and this white guy fighting for white women, white knighting for white women, doesn't look at the fact that the laws have changed, and he can no longer even have a successful family with a white woman to begin with. But he's so blinded by the race baiting talking points that he doesn't see what's coming up. You know what I mean? He doesn't see what's coming up, man. He doesn't see that, yo, man, my guy who's a white guy, you those women aren't yours anymore, bro. Those women belong to the government. You know what I mean? Shout out to the homie, D man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so the white guy will fight for the Latino man. You know what I'm saying? I know some of the Latin homies, you know, the homie, you know, shout out to the homie OG. He knows, man. He knows growing up in the community that, you know, whether you are black or Latino, you ain't safe, man. I got some Latin homies that I chopped it up with that would tell it that they're on child support. You know, their baby moms took their kids and all that. It's done. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I know some Latino homies that I've chopped it up with that's talked to me like, yo, hold the truth, man. My brother, yo, I'm working 40 hours. I'm working 90 hours a week, man. And I can't even see my kids. I can't see my niños. You know what I mean? Y'all thought a brother ain't know some Spanish. I can't even see my niños, man. You know what I mean? I know some of the homies that's been through that, you know? But the women of today, man, they don't have a choice. We are in, and I coined this phrase over 3 years ago. We are in the Simp Olympics, man. The men have been so feminized to place women as the finish line. The average man today, his goal ain't to have a family. His goal ain't to be a father, man. Get that out of here, man. His goal is to, I gotta find my soulmate, the love of my life. Then my life will be complete. The finish line of that man, the finish line of his whole existence is that woman's validation. His whole identity is built around some woman eventually validating him as her man. You know what I'm saying? And you arrive to today where the simplified, the feminized man, you know, with how feminized, and like I said, to get back to Kanye West, you arrive to today. I know guys, man, I've spoken to some Zoomers, man, that are more into fashion than the woman. You know what I'm saying? More into fashion than the women. Yo, my idol, and guess what? My idol is Kanye West, man. He's like a god to me. My god is a dude who ate off a dirty plate. You know what I'm saying? Ate off a dirty plate, man. You know what I mean? That's your idol. A dude who ate off a dirty plate, man. That's your idol, man. And what is it? Remember that video with Kanye and Kim Kardashian riding a motorcycle? Think about it. When Kanye wifed her up, when Ray J hit that, he hit that and he left, bro. Ray J got, Ray J is, semi-Tyrone. He got Tyrone in him. But, we all know what it leads to anyway. Ray J eventually simped. Ray J's been divorced now as well. And some chick threatening to take everything from him, whatever. It's the inevitable goal. This is why, think about it. And we peaked in the 2010s is when we in America, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the homie Pars. Pars, said there, free range simps. This is where we peaked, man, as a simp civilization. This is when America peaked in the 2010s. You got men twerking on their women. I've seen shit, man. I've seen it like a horror story. A lot of people ask me, hold the truth hostage. Are you into horror films? No, man. I'm not into horror films. Because them horror films are not scarier than seeing a feminized man in real life. You know what I'm saying? Seeing some dude twerk just to get a woman just to get some attention, man. Just to get some attention, a guy will twerk, man. A guy will twirl. I've seen this shit, man. I've seen this live in person. And you're telling me some horror movie, The Exorcist, and you know what I'm saying, The Omen, that's going to scare me? That's going to terrify me when I'm going to the bar. I'm going to go to the bar this Friday, man. I ain't been to the bar in like a good 4 months, man. I got to get back. I go get me a drink and chill out. You know what I'm saying? That's the true horror. A true horror story is seeing a guy wear a dress at a bar, dancing and still thinking he a man, and you're looking at him like, wow, damn, this is the true world. This is shout out to, in the words of Stan Lee, this is the world outside of your window. You know what I'm saying? It's outside of your window. This is why women are simp hunters. I've been on a lot of streams. Shout out to the homie JP Hives, man. JP was one of the, the pioneers, man. JP's a pioneer of talking from I think JP speaks from a holistic perspective, you know, like me, man, holistic. But JP was the one that pioneered where, you know, he got it clicking further in my mind where he's like, yo, speak. He started talking about the women, what they're dealing with, Think about it, bro. If you got a sister, I'm gonna use a sister as an analogy, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna use a sister as an analogy. Yo, D-Man 50, bro. I'm good, man. When I go to the bar, I'm good, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm solid out there. You know, get my drink and chill out. You know, man. You know, get a chick, get a dance in there. You know, I'm solid. You know what I mean? But think about it. You know, and this is what a lot of men in the manosphere don't talk about. They don't talk about sympathy for the women. There's a difference between sympathy and simping. You know what I'm saying? I called it symptoms. You know what I'm saying? Symptoms. If you a simp, you got symptoms, man. That dude got some serious symptoms, man. You know what I mean? But I'm going to use a reference. Let's say you got a sister. Let's say you got a sister right now. Your sister's 21. Your sister's 21 years old. You know what I mean? Your sister's 21 years old. Do you think with the modern man today that your sister's got a lot of good pickings? Your sister's going to end up with a strong, good man? You truly believe that? Because, you know, what I try to get guys to go through is sympathize by thinking about what your sister would go through. You know what I'm saying? Use your sister as like a guider. You're telling me your sister going in a bar, seeing men twerk, and I seen dudes twerk on each other just to get the attention of some women. You honestly think your sister has a choice? And I've seen jocks. I've seen it all, man. Jocks. It don't matter no more. Tom Brady's. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've seen your Tom Brady's, your David Beckham's, your what's his name? That's an actor right now. Your Michael B. Jordan's. Look at Michael B. Jordan. Look up the Michael B. Jordan story, man. You think these women have a choice but to not be simp hunters? That's all they have. It's either be a simp hunter or be a lesbian. And you know my thoughts on lesbianism, you know. I don't truly subscribe to it or, you know, think it exists. You know what I mean? But think about it. In fact, let me ask you a question right now. If your sister, which person would treat your sister, would lead your sister, would be more of a leader in a relationship? A man at the bar or a butch at the bar? Which one? Which one would be the leader in the relationship? The man at the bar or the butch? The butch. Which one? You know what I mean? Be honest right now. Be honest, man. You know what I mean? Be honest, bro. Be honest right now. Which, if you wanted your sister to be in a relationship where someone would lead her, which relationship do you believe she would be led? A relationship with a man or a relationship with some butch lesbian at the bar? Which relationship would she experience a leader? You know what I'm saying? Which one? You know what I mean? I'll be right back, man. You know what I mean? This stream might be a little longer than planned, but I'm gonna let that sit in your head, man. I'm gonna let that sit. Ask yourself. I'll be right back, but ask yourself, man, which relationship would your sister experience someone leading her? A relationship with a man, a Chad, Tyrone, Aladdin, you know, whatever you want to call him, you know, Ryu, you know what I mean? That's what I'm calling the Japanese. From now on, man, I'm calling the Japanese Chads. I'm calling them Ryus, man. You know, Ryu. I grew up, we didn't say Ryu, we said Ryu, man. You know, from Street Fighter. You know what I mean? So think about it. Ask yourself, which relationship would your sister or your mother, your aunt, which relationship would they be in where they would experience leadership? Your sister, your aunt, your mother, a man, or a butched lesbian? You know what I mean? I'll let you sit on that. You feel free to comment. You know what I mean? Feel free to comment, man. People is act, you know, I understand some people at work, you know what I mean? But feel free to share your comments right now, man. Let me know. Let me know, man, because depending on your answer, it will tell me where you stand. It will tell me if you're still driven by this so-called rage against the women and you don't have any clarity. You can't truly see what's going on in the true world. You know what I mean? You're still buying into those messages of battle of the sexes, you know, that scam. You're still buying into it. So to me, man, I'll be right back. Make your choice, man. And I'll repeat it once more. I'll repeat the question once more. Which relationship would your sister experience leadership? A relationship with a man or a relationship with a butched lesbian? this, where's this thing? Yeah, you know what I mean? So you get it. Let me see the replies. Oh, yeah, Butch Kalala, yeah. Butch is basically a a dominant lesbian. That's what a butch is, man. You know what I mean? Good points. Glad my little sister married a doctor. Yeah, I mean, respect. My sister is a nun. Not sure if that's a good thing. Well, I mean, if she's a nun, it depends on the country and why she does it. You know what I mean? Nah, dark path, man. You don't get it. There's no such thing as a masculine man anymore. That doesn't exist, man. We're in the age of the pink-pilled man. How can a man be masculine when his girlfriend determines if he can go outside? You know what I'm saying? He can go outside. The problem with today is that most men today think, well, he goes to the gym, he works out, he plays sports. He plays sports, he must be masculine. Nah, man, that the masculine man doesn't exist. We're in the age of the Kanye West, the feminized man. I know guys that told me they can't go to the bar no more. They can't go outside at a certain time because their girlfriend wouldn't allow it. There's no such thing as a masculine man. You gotta look at, when I told people about Kanye West, you gotta look at what Kanye West represents and what him defeating 50 Cent meant for the whole culture of the entire country. You gotta remember, rap has been the most popular form of music, in all honesty, most likely since the 80s. Since the 80s, most likely it's been the most popular form of music. Now, it's been suppressed. Rap has been suppressed for forever. You know what I mean? It was even suppressed in the 2000s. But the industry, the goal to feminize men, they couldn't allow rap. They realized that rap was getting too popular, and you can't have these thugs, these masculine men saying, "Yo, man, I treat a woman the way I want to treat her. If I want to sleep with her, I sleep with her. I want to leave, I want to leave." You can't have that anymore, man. So what did they do? A lot of people think when I said Kanye West, you don't get it, man. 50 Cent was sacrificed at the altar to ensure that the future is more men like Kanye West. Look up Adam 22. Look up Logan Paul. Since there's some Zoomers, listen, look up what's going on with Logan Paul, where he's supposed to fight this guy named Dylan. And Dylan's posting nothing but women nothing but men Logan Paul's girl's been with. Videos of her admitting that she gave a dude a BJ at a football stadium. You know what I mean? Logan Paul, look up Logan Paul, man. I don't care how much scams and all that crap he's been up to, but he's a multi-millionaire, super successful Zoomer and all that crap. And look up Logan Paul's girlfriend. Logan Paul is literally following Kanye West's blueprint. The Kanye West blueprint, man. You got to understand that Kanye West is the modern man. Over emotional, speaks in emotion. You know what I'm saying? I feel I got to speak from my heart and my feelings. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, his fiance, Logan Paul's wifing up a super thought. You know what I mean? Videos of her, and there's a video of her saying she can't sleep without getting some Jimmy Deans. You know what I'm saying? if you're in America, you know what Jimmy Dean's is. You know what I'm saying? She said she can't sleep without a big Jimmy Dean sausage. You know what I mean? Yo, you got to understand, man. Kanye West is the blueprint. Adam 22 literally wiped up a corn star. You know what I mean? A corn star. And paid his wife to be blown out by Tyrone. Then Logan Paul's girl, there's literally photos of her all online. He's trying to sue. That's why I say the Zoomers and all the men, there is no other choice, man. There's a reason why I pivoted this channel to the full-time ghost, man. There is no other solution. You know what I'm saying? You're either ghosting or you're a host. You're either a ghost or you're hosting some thought. That's it. That's it, bro. You know what I mean? Kanye West is the blueprint. Name the majority of men today, man. Name your celebrities. You know what I mean? Name them. They're either with women that did soft porn, OnlyFans, your Instagram model. Let's say an Instagram model is really a soft porn model. Soft porn. How many athletes we know that? Yo, man, LaMelo Ball, man, his father tried to warn him. His father, think about it, LaMelo Ball traveled all over the world. This is why I say the American simp is, we breed the best simps in the world. There is no competition to the simps, man. I plan to do a stream. Shout out to the homie, you know what I'm saying, Bald MH, man. Shout out to the homie Bald MH, Simp. I plan to do a stream. I got to figure out how to do it, but I might do a simp church stream, a stream dedicated to the greatness that is American simping, where all we talk about is some stories about what's going on, the greatest simp stories ever told, man. We got to take pride, man. We got to take pride in the simping of America, the greatest purebred, cage-free, grass-fed, organic only food, organic material only. No, what's that word, man? You know what I'm saying? No hormones. You know what I'm saying? No hormones. We breed simps with or without hormones, with or without genetic modification. We breed the best simps here in the good old US of A. I am a real simp American. As long as I breathe, I can simp. Come on, man. We unstoppable here, man. So you look at the future and ask yourself, man, there is no such thing as a masculine man, man. Yeah, volunteers can't be victims, 100%. And most men are volunteering, Kanye West. I just saw a video. What was that basketball player? Kevin Smart. But let me get to LaMelo Ball. Think about it. LaMelo Ball literally flew around the world. He flew around the world. He played ball in Lithuania, and he still, the urge to simp, the urge to volunteer to be a victim, but volunteers can't be victims. So the urge, think about it. The man's got millions of dollars and he's dating a 30-year-old Instagram model, used up, a soft-core corn model. That's how you got to look at Instagram models. She's a full-fledged model. It's soft-core corn. That's what it is, soft-core corn, man. That's what it is. Shows off her body, everybody. It's soft-core corn. That's what it is. We on YouTube, soft-core corn, So LaMelo Ball goes all over the world and he comes back to simp. Yet you want to blame the women here? What? You got to understand. A lot of guys need to understand. This is why I say in the manosphere, I'm one of the only guys saying this. I have not heard it yet, man. It's rare. And I've been saying this for over 3 years. Besides me, JP, I think it's just me and JP Hives, I think, are the only ones saying this, that the most delusional are the men. The men are the most delusional. The women aren't delusional. The women know what it is, man. Women instinctively and naturally know the role they got to play, man. They play the role the men allow or promote. That's it. See, what is that? Oh, Xylo Watch. What percent of women have OnlyFans? Yeah, but OnlyFans, you see, this is further investment into the delusion, my homie Xylo Watch. Why is OnlyFans a problem when most chicks are on Instagram just showing themselves nude to begin with? You know what I'm saying? My thing is, if you don't got a problem with Instagram, and the thing is, here's the thing: we full-time ghosts, we don't have problems. My thing is this, man: if you don't accept that Instagram where is problematic to begin with, I don't care about OnlyFans. If a guy's concern is OnlyFans, yo, man, my girl, I would never date a girl on OnlyFans while you're dating a chick that's on Instagram, all her photos or she damn naked. Come on, man. OnlyFans don't matter. That's another way of controlling the narrative to have men justify their simping. You know, oh man, man, y'all some simps. Y'all dating the women on OnlyFans. My girl is on Instagram with over 1,000 photos of her naked, half naked. But I'm different. I'm better than y'all. This is what I mean, Xylo Watch, man. This is the narrative. Y'all gotta understand, every time they push something, it's a distraction. It's an illusion. It's a distraction. They want men to focus on OnlyFans and ignore what's going on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Ignore what's going on Instagram. Focus on OnlyFans. You know what I mean? OnlyFans don't matter. To me, with the full-time ghosting is this, man. It don't matter to me at all. I made a video way back called the Flatline Theory. Flatline Theory is simple, man. Be aware of the problems. You know what I mean? Be aware. Don't worry about them. They got nothing to do with you, but be aware, man. I went to this restaurant. I was working at this restaurant, man. You know what I mean? I'm a bouncer. I'm nightlife security. Nightlife security. And guess what, man? The hostess, I ain't gonna say no age and nothing like that, but the hostess sharing her photos all on Instagram, man. You know what I mean? You gotta understand, and I made a video about this way back. We're in the deli meat age, man. You know the deli, you have I want you to do this exercise, you know? You know what I mean? Try this exercise out. This exercise will show you what Instagram is. Go to your local deli or go to a shop right or whatever where there's a deli and just look at the meat on display. Look at the meat on display on the deli window and put an IG, try to say at this, put an at IG on it. That's what we're in. We're in the age of deli meat, man. Everything is being displayed on a window. The question for you is, will you buy that deli meat? Will you buy the deli meat, man? It's all over. It's being displayed all over the supermarket on the deli shelf with that clear glass window. Look at that deli meat, and that deli meat, look at it as I forget the word. You know, yeah, my bad. I had to handle something, but like I said, man, like I was saying, man, you know, I think it's only me, JP. You know, I think we're the only ones speaking from this perspective. Is that you gotta understand? You know, the men are the ones suffering from delusion. The men are the most deluded, the most delusional. Think about it. You look at Tom Brady. I'm gonna give you an example. You look at Tom Brady. You look at Brad Pitt. What's the first thought that pops into your head? Oh man, he's masculine. He gets all these chicks and this and that. No, he's not. You know what I mean? Tom Brady is literally hyper feminized, man. Yes, he looks the part. He's in shape. He works out and all that stuff. But Tom Brady was on camera kissing his son in the mouth, looking crazy, man. And his son was too old to be doing that. The thing with men in America is that we were raised by delusion, and we're in a society that promotes delusion as awareness. You know what I'm saying? Masculinity is gone, man. You know, the so-called masculine man. You want to know what the masculine man is? It's guys that ain't participating in the setup, man. It ain't guys that, oh man, he plays football, he works out. What's masculine about that when the whole goal of that he's doing all this work to peacock. It's the peacock. We're in a society where as a man, all you can do is peacock anyway. Oh man, he's in shape, he's in the gym, he's super masculine. How? What's masculine about him when his whole life is built around his whole life is built around obtaining female validation to validate his whole life, his whole existence. You know what I'm saying? The masculine men used to be, he's working, he drinking his beer, he does things for himself. Masculinity in men is individuality and doing things for himself as a man, getting things done the way he wants it to be done. You know what I'm saying? I said this years ago on a stream, man. You know, I've seen a lot of streams do it. Oh, you know, what women want, what's this and that. I'm going to be real with you. A man doesn't care what women want. You think I care about a woman wanting to, I don't know, paint her car pink? You know, you think I care about a woman wanting only to date men with little dogs and all that crap? What the hell does that have to do with what I want? You know what I'm saying? Brad Pitt is a Chad icon and got a kid transforming. Not only that, Brad Pitt adopted 3 kids, all in the same system, child support, all that. You know what I mean? We men in America, we buy into the delusion. And I'm gonna tell you why we buy into the delusion. Look at the MILF situation. You got guys going online telling you that a MILF could be more than a 6. You got guys literally saying a MILF could be more than a 6, man. You know, Pars said, Pars and I spoke, and he said, I like what he said. I like this quote. He said, a male-led country, whatever. You know what I mean? There ain't no such thing as male leaders anymore, man, when it comes to a relationship with the opposite sex. That's why I said in multiple streams that, women here can't experience a man because men here are scared. Men here have a line. They can't cross the line into manhood. That line towards manhood, you know what I'm saying? I had guys come on my streams and tell me, hold the truth hostage. You got to compromise. You'll never be with a woman this way and that way. And I'm like, nah, dog, I'm a man. There is no compromise. I'll compromise with another man. We'll work out a deal. The only place men compromise and not lead is when it comes to another man. If me and another man are working together, he knows more than me, I'm a step to the back. I'm a step to the side and let him lead. That's when we compromise things. I'm gonna compromise my car. And think about the 90s. This is what I'm trying to tell guys. Why it's really the 80s, 90s. Because what did we see in the 90s? Oh man, Derek is 40 years old. He traded his muscle car for a van, even though a van is cheaper. Oh man, I gotta trade in my van. I'm a family man now. No, dude, you a man. You want to keep your muscle car, keep your muscle car. I understand if you traded your muscle car because it got too expensive. You had to make a choice. It's either that minivan, that SUV, or the muscle car. And you're like, you know what? I got a family, bro. I had to let my muscle car go because I could only keep one car. I could respect that man. He made a choice. But if it's a man where, well, man, I'm a father now. I can't have a motorcycle. I can't have a muscle car. I'm a father. Come on, man. Get the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? These are masculine men. There ain't no such thing as masculinity in America anymore, man. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't exist, man. Most men nowadays, their whole life is built on being on their knees. Your whole life is about being on your knees. It ain't about me and Pars were talking. I chopped it up with Pars and I told him that men here in the West, marriage ain't when you get on your knees, man. It ain't. You get on your knees when you seek the long-term relationship to begin with. When you know at the end of the day what it leads to. It leads where it leads to. So at the end of the day, you're free to do whatever you want. You know, men have been so feminized. Oh my God, hold the truth hostage doesn't support what I want to do. He doesn't agree with my stance on life and what I'm doing. So he must be against me and evil because he doesn't go along and to get along. He's not part of the hive mind. Nah, man, men have never fully agreed, and we should never fully agree. You know what I'm saying? It's a survival tactic. If everyone goes left and ignores right, what you think gonna happen if going left only leads to your destruction? Everyone's gonna get destroyed. You know what I'm saying? So we don't all go the same path, man. You know, you gotta understand, man. You're in a society of full-blown delusion. You know what I'm saying? The men here believe masculinity. Yo, he plays football and he's a professional wrestler. Look up. I'm telling you, look up. If you want to see what I'm saying, look up Will Ospreay contract signing with Chris Jericho. Look that up. Will Ospreay said, yo, I'm a step further. I'm walking my ass off. I'm a step further to a 2-year-old kid. What? What? You're a wrestler. You jumping up and down, getting injuries to be a stepfather. You know what I'm saying? That's the highlight of Will Ospreay's life, man. Jumping up and down, getting injured, and he's a stepfather to a 2-year-old kid, man. You know what that means? That means he was dating her right after she gave birth, man. The baby's 2 years old. You know what I'm saying? This is the pride of the westernized country now, man. This is what you're going through, man. You know what I mean? You got wrestlers risking their lives to be a single father. He said, it's going to change my life, mate. I'm wrestling you, Chris Jericho, so I could put food on the table for my stepson who's 2 years old, bro. I'm going to wrestle you, put my life on the line so I could be a stepfather to a 2-year-old boy. Like, wow, man. And for him to give a speech like that, man, wow. When I heard that, I was like, wow, dude, damn. Will Ospreay, Randy Orton, The list of simps continues. You know what I'm saying? Simpality, flawless, simpery, simpality. Come on, man. This is the West, man. This is where you live, man. You know what I mean? As long as guys are, guys want to say, "Oh man, we're the ones that aren't diluted. We're not the ones entitled." How? How aren't you the ones not entitled and diluted and in delusion when all it takes for you is, well, that guy's in shape, that guy's goes to the gym, he's a wrestler, he's a power lifter, he's masculine. He's masculine because he looks the part. That's all it takes. That's all it takes for the guys in the West to go along with it. Well, he looks masculine. Brad Pitt looks masculine. Tom Brady looks masculine. Tom Brady got tackled. When I heard that news that Tom Brady gets tackled, then comes home and his wife makes him take out the garbage, I was like, wow, my God. My God, does the simping excellence, of this nation, man. Damn, man, this is what the women are dealing with. This is what the women are dealing with. Full blown, you know what I'm saying? Simps, man. This is what we're dealing with, man. Take some trend and be masculine. Yeah, bro. People doing drugs. And the funny thing is you got all these men saying I'm a natural bodybuilder when you're eating protein powder. When back in the day, those dudes who were natural bodybuilders, they just ate a lot more food and worked out and lived their life, You know what I'm saying? This is the society you're in, man. There is no such thing. We are in the age of the pink pill. And like I tell people on these streams, I don't usually, what's up, man? I don't usually have a script. I don't have a script. And today we just discovered that the pink pill's origins, it all began with Kanye West. Kanye West, and to get back to it, since I forgot to finish it, is that 50 Cent literally represented tough guy, would fight you, would lead. 50 Cent represented, I'm not trying to idolize the violence activity or whatever he did, but think about 50 Cent. You're telling me there's a 50 Cent today? 50 Cent got shot 9 times. And guess what? He didn't say he was a victim. He said, yo, man, it happened. I survived it, and I'm ready to go after whoever did it to me. They had to destroy a 50 Cent, that type of narrative, to usher in the Kanye West, the soul, all about fashion, emotion, feminine. You know what I'm saying? They had to destroy that, masculinity of, yo, I'm the leader, PIMP. Think about 50 Cent's songs. What you got to do is do a comparison of subject matter between 50 Cent songs and Kanye West at the time. Jesus Walks and all that stuff. Think about Kanye's preaching for you to cope and hope. 50 Cent is telling you, yo, man, get rich or die trying and go get it. You're gonna die anyway, so go get it. Go get it or die trying. You're gonna die anyway. You know what I'm saying? We don't have eternal life yet. But Kanye West is telling you Jesus walks and she give me money when I'm in need. Think about that song. She gives me money when I'm in need. Damn, she's a trifling bee indeed. Think about it. She's giving him money, as in she's the one leading him, giving him money, and she's abusive, and he's still there. Think about this, man. This is why I tell guys, when you look at things through the scope, when you look at things without any attachment, you know what I'm saying? The Casper pill, the full-time ghost, you know what I'm saying? And you look at things without any attachment. You get the black pill also. You look at it and say, I'm not attached to none of this, man. I'm not looking for answers. I'm just looking to understand. That's got to be priority. That was man's number one priority, was to understand. Men did not care about, yo, man, I want to understand. I want to understand why the dinosaurs went extinct, how they ate. I want to understand. It's not I care. It's because I care about the dinosaurs, how they went extinct, those poor dinosaurs. And just think about it. A pterodactyl was flying, and the pterodactyl was flying in the sky, and out of nowhere a meteor just fell on that hopeless, beautiful pterodactyl. And I just feel so sad for the pterodactyls and the T-Rexes. That's why I want to know about dinosaurs, because I feel bad. Oh, ain't nobody gives a damn. Nobody feels nothing, man. It's about understanding. I've been telling people this in the manosphere for over 4 years. Your biggest fear is your manhood. You fear being a man. That's how feminized you become. You fear it. You know what I'm saying? You've been raised with the fear of your manhood. You look in the mirror, you're scared of what you look at. Every day you try to be less of a man. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the only guys that'll say it. I think it's me and JP. JP got some flack for it because, he's not all sensitive and caring about, babying other men. We're grown men, we babying each other. When the manospheres become, its origins is nothing more than a grown man babysitting. Oh man, man, she took my kids, bro. She took the house. She took everything, man. Please tell me I'm wrong, I'm right, and cry with me. Oh man, she should have never took your kids, man. I'm so sorry you lost your children and your house. How could she do that? You had nothing but love for her in your heart, and how could she do that? I mean, that's never happened before. There's no legal ramifications or nothing. I mean, how could she do that to you? You're a loving, caring husband. You're a pillar of the community. You're an idol. You're a role model. You were a police officer. You were a soldier. You were a capitalist. You were a corporate tycoon. How could she do this to you? How? Tell us more, brother. Cry with us, man. That's what men do. We come together and we cry and support each other. Oh my God, I feel your pain, bro. I feel it. You volunteered. And I don't care what Hold the Truth Hostage says, volunteers can be victims. They can. Hold the Truth Hostage needs to be less masculine and less about his manhood and be more intact with his feelings. Hold the Truth Hostage. Come on, man. He's a loving husband. He used to cut roses and grow flowers for the community. Come on, Hold the Truth Hostage. Show some support and love for this man and his family. He built a house for her. He put her up in a mansion, Hold the Truth Hostage. He gave her the world. He gave her the world, Hold the Truth Hostage. Why don't you care? Why don't you care, Hold the Truth Hostage? I want you to reach in the screen, Hold the Truth Hostage. Put your hands on the screen. And I want you to look that man in the eye through the screen and say, Guy, my brother, I got nothing but love for you, and how dare she do that to you? You're such a wonderful catch. You're such a good catch of a man. You want to need touch in the closet to get over her? Come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on, bro. this is what's happening, man. You know, I'm almost done with, the book. I just gotta edit it. I'm editing the Man Vantage book as we speak. The goal is to launch the book. Then I'm gonna keep going, man. Launch more books, by the time I'm done. It's a book that's better than 12 steps. 12 steps and cleaning your room could never help you like these. But yeah, this is what the manosphere's become, man. And this is why simp hunting exists, because the men are volunteering to simp. You know what I'm saying? The whole entertainment industry cultivated it. You know, think about 40-Year-Old Virgin, man. 40-Year-Old Virgin, the movie, idolized by many men. Many men laugh and love this movie that's making fun of them and telling these men, you're nothing but a mopper. That's a new term I've come up with. You're a mopper. A mopper is a man that's literally clean. He's clean. His goal, he's a clean man, lives a clean life, and his goal is to mop up the mess of a woman. That's his life. That's how he lives. He's a mopper. You know what I'm saying? He's clean. He's here to mop up all the mess. You know what I mean? 40-Year-Old Virgin is literally making fun of all men. And it said, you men, all you guys are here to mop up the mess of a life, of a used up, a dirty plate. You know what I'm saying? A dirty plate. 40-Year-Old Virgin, his first time was with a grandma. And then they put him in a position where he had to go with her daughter, promoting, promoting grooming. And, instead of, and notice one thing you didn't notice about 40-Year-Old Virgin is that she had a son and a daughter. Think about that. She had a son and a daughter. And in the movie, they promoted him spending time with the daughter instead of the son, because a man should not be a role model or interact with an adolescent that needs a male role model. Men should not be allowed to be role models or positive things to, some boys trying to grow up to be good men. You know what I mean? That's another message in that movie. And that movie was written by John Apatow. And if you look at John Apatow, you could tell he's been simping his whole life. You know what I'm saying? He's been simping his whole life just to get something. You know what I mean? So your whole culture has been cultivated by, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like Naomi said it, damn, well, there ain't no other word for cuck. Yeah, it's a cuck culture, you know what I mean? But yeah, your whole life, think of all the movies you've watched. Your whole life has been I'm coming to cuckified, man, your whole life. Every show you've watched, everything you've seen. Like I said, watch the movie Hitch. The movie Hitch it's insane, man. Will Smith plays a confident, cocky PUA dating coach that knows all the rules, knows all the plays, and could get any woman he wants. And then in the movie, he ends up crying and sensitive and scared because he gets a scarce mindset. All of a sudden, it's scarce. There ain't that many women. He literally trained hundreds of men, interacted with thousands of women, but out of nowhere, he simplifies, because that's the goal. That's to be your Tom Brady's, man. That's the goal. That's the setup, is to eventually simp, man. It's inevitable. Your destiny in the West is to inevitably simp, man. You know what I'm saying? All your idols. What about all your idols, man? Think about all your idols, man. All the men you so-called look up to. Oh, man, that guy, he's the best fighter ever. 3 divorces. Oh, man, that guy, he's the best football player of all time. 5 divorces. Oh, that guy, man, He's the greatest athlete ever. 10 kids. Went broke paying child support. Come on, man. Come on, dude. You know, homie Kalala, Top Mopper Classics. Top Mopper Classics, like on ESPN Classics. You know what I mean? So this is your goal. All your idols. Think about it. All the men you look up to, the mass majority, it all leads to one path. Simping. You know what I mean? That's all your idols, man. You know what I'm saying? Even look up David Beckham, man. David Beckham, I don't 100% know. Give me a minute. You know what I mean? All of them, man. All your idols, man. You know what I mean? All your idols, man. All of them. You know what I mean? All your idols, man. You look up to. All your heroes. You know? They wanted, sold, and less affiliate communities, proud, part-time. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, man, you can't, you know what I mean? There ain't no part-time, but yeah, you know, for cucking, man, once you do it, you know what I mean? It's done. To me, once you do that, man, the act of cuckolding, you got to be in the closet, man. It has to be. You know, it's like I tell guys, a lot of guys doing that there, it's by proxy. The woman represents the act they wish they could do publicly. They send her to get the ranch dressing of another man, then bring it back home. You know what I'm saying? She's a ranch getter. He sends her to get some ranch dressing, then bring it back home. You know what I'm saying? Like I tell guys, most guys now, Adam 22 is part-time straight. He's a part-time straight guy. He's in the closet, part-time. You know what I'm saying? The FTS, I remember, FTS, men that are full-time straight. And in this era of the 2010s, man, 2010s, nah, we're in the age of 2020. Think about it. If 2010 was when the pink pill era began, the full-blown pink. Well, actually, we proved with Kanye West that it began around 2007. You know what I'm saying? So the pink pillar, we're literally, I don't know the math. We're 16 years into the pink pill era. 16 years. 16 years, man. And it ain't over. It ain't gonna end, man. You know what I'm saying? The men now are more part-time than ever. The stuff I've seen, the closet is in full effect. There's literally a dating coach right now saying, if other men are not attractive to you, you're not attractive. You know what I'm saying? The closet recruiting. I made a stream on closet recruiting. Guys thought, oh man, hold the truth hostage, man. He's bringing up all this. He's talking too much and this and that, but prove me wrong. You know what I mean? Somebody prove me wrong. I've been too accurate, man. There's a reason why I tell people, yo, the path I'm on, it's a lone path. When you're doing something right, you know what I mean? When you're doing something right, you're gonna be closer to the void. You're gonna be alone, man. It's a loner. You're gonna return to how you came into this world alone. You know what I'm saying? When you came out that womb, you were alone. So, what people expect when you walk further and further towards the truth, and you become disattached, you no longer care about, you don't care. It's not even about caring. In all honesty, these problems don't exist. The cucking, the simping, it don't exist in my life because that's not an option. When something's not an option, I'll give you an example. Somebody got burned. Is it an option for you to one day jump in a fire and burn yourself? No. So if it's not an option, what does that have? It don't matter. It doesn't matter to me, man. You know what I'm saying? We're in the pink pill age, man. The pink pill is the future. I mean, let me play this again, man. This is a highly respected dating coach. Where is he? Where is this crap?
I was talking to this guy on their team, smart guy. He's homosexual, and he was saying, because I was like, man, I've theorized that if you take the average net worth of a heterosexual guy versus the average net worth of a homosexual guy, guaranteed the net worth of a homosexual guy is higher. And he was like, no, that's actually true.
Why would that be?
Well, because they don't deal with women. Yeah. So think about this. They can just get on Grindr.
But don't they? Okay. I don't understand.
Oh, see where I'm going here?
Yeah.
So they can just get on Grindr, get what the hell they need done, and then go right back to work, and then keep.
It's more transactional.
It's quicker, more transactional, and then also when two men deal with each other,
less effort.
It's less effort, and then they're splitting everything down the middle. And I thought to myself, damn, like that's crazy because homosexual dudes get way more sex than heterosexual guys, but they're still able to be productive. Why is that? So I thought that was like crazy because I've always theorized it, but then he confirmed it was like, no, they actually do. And if you think about it, you look at Miami, you look at Austin, Texas, you look at New York City, you look at San Fran, any of these cities that have like super.
No, you know what you didn't catch on that video? You know what most people don't catch on that video where Myron Gaines is talking about the closet and being a rainbow rider. What you didn't catch is, and it shows you that Myron Gaines is part-time straight, is that why would, if it's transactional, as he said, the closet, when you're a rainbow rider, you pay for it and you move on. Why would you split it down the middle? How can someone you're paying to do something for you, you need to split it down the middle? That means Myron Gaines, what he just did is he sent a subliminal message. This is why I tell guys the closet is real, man. The closet ain't no joke. The closet recruiting is happening. Myron Gaines, why would, if you're paying somebody and it's all transactional, why would you need to split something down the middle unless you're in a relationship? Myron Gaines just showed you a subliminal message that he's promoting being in a relationship in the closet together and knee touching. That's what he was promoting, because if it's all transactional and it's all payment, you're just paying to do this and that. I mean, I guess, in Myron's mind, there's no such thing as a female hooker or female prostitute. That doesn't exist in his mind or his world. But why would, if Myron Gaines is saying it's all transactional, then why would you split something down the middle? You've never paid a prostitute and say, well, we're going to split dinner, and we're going to split this bill. No. What Myron is advocating for relationships. The only time you split something down the middle is a relationship. You know what I mean? So subliminal messaging, he's basically saying, yup. And for that guy to say, I get it, I agree. That guy shows you, man, he's part-time. How is this even an option for a heterosexual male talking point? How is that even an option? You know what I'm saying? And people tell me, oh, hold the truth hostage, man. There isn't a closet campaign. There isn't a whole closet agenda. No, none of that exists. While at the same time, you had men trying to make money face rating other men and saying you're still heterosexual so long as I, a man, look at you and say, you know, I'm aroused. You know what I mean? Then you're attractive. You're attractive if Wheat Waffles looks at you and says, you know what? Oh man, I just want to take a bottle of lotion right now. You know what I'm saying? That's when you're attractive, when another man looks at you and tells you, oh wow, you're attractive because I'm attractive to you. Come on, man. And look at this guy interviewing Myron Gaines. And then you saw how Myron Gaines, his facial movement when he said it's easier, and you know, you look at the body language. That's why I tell guys, man, the first language we've had was body language. And this is what women have to choose from, man. The simp hunting. You know what I'm saying? You gotta remember this. The law of hunting is this. Hunting season, right? There's a season for hunting. That means it had to be legally set up for them to hunt in society. So the men in today's society, man, they volunteered, bro. Their whole life is based around being prey, being simp. So what you think the women gonna do? They're gonna be hunting them. And you see all this. This is what women are dealing with. The PTS, man. Part-time straight men like Myron Gaines. And a dude interviewing him, I get it. I get it. If you're in the closet, you will save more money and be in a better relationship. I get it, Myron. I get it. Get the portable closet. You know, just like a porta potty, there's a portable closet. You know, when you go closet, your profits go down. You know what I mean? See, heteros would be clueless and say that don't know or care how they hook up. Yeah. I mean, Myron did the subliminal messaging, man. There's a whole closet recruiting program going on. And, you know, I've been telling guys, and this is why you get all these simp hunting. Like, what else? What choice do women have? They're in a land of simping, man. You know what I'm saying? This is, in the words of that gangster's paradise, this is a simp's paradise. It's a simp's paradise, man. You know what I'm saying? I was looking up a law change. They said in Atlanta, Georgia, they changed the law they changed the law on child support in Atlanta to make it a flat fee of $300. That's what I heard a rapper say. It's $300 in Atlanta. And a lot of guys told me, well, hold the truth hostage, man. They're not going to change laws individually in the states. You know, people kept saying to me, no, man, everything's going to stay the same. No, the federal government is going to overturn a lot of laws, and they're going to give the power to their states for votes. So right now in Atlanta has an issue where there's more women than men, and there's a lot of closet activity in Atlanta as well, you know what I'm saying? But the law has been changed. The women in Atlanta are so desperate because for every one man I heard in Atlanta, there's 5 women, 5 to 7 women. The desperation is insane. And, you know, they lowered the price of child support. You know what I'm saying? Closet Atlanta, yeah, or Rainbow Atlanta, whatever you want, you know what I mean? But that's what's going on. Let me see what the homie Dreamstorm was good, man. So what up? That Myron guy has those bulging eyes that resemble the eyes of those possessed cult members. Yeah, you saw Myron, man. His energy changed when it looked like they were questioning why he's doing it. You know what I mean? Body language. Yeah, his energy, so enthusiastic. Oh, you know, I've been thinking about this for so long. What straight man is thinking about participating in the closet to save money and this and that and dreaming and fantasizing about how easy it is to be in the closet and get more sexual access? Come on, man. And I guarantee somebody watching the stream will say, "Oh, you're just jealous because they got better views and higher numbers. Dude, I ain't jealous of a dude in the closet, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not jealous of a guy that could build a closet blindfolded. You know what I'm saying? He could build a closet blindfolded with enough knee space for two men to touch knees in there. You know what I'm saying? Or a whole parade. You know what I mean? This is what's going on, man. And a lot of guys don't see it. And this is what the women have to choose from. The women today got to choose Myron Gaines, who's part-time straight, fantasizing about being a rainbow rider, being full-time in the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? He's fantasizing about full-time rainbowhood. You know what I mean? But this is what the women deal with. This is why the simp hunting is happening, because all the women got to choose from is simps. The majority of the so-called men think they're gone. You know what I'm saying? Unless they come from a foreign country, but when they come from a foreign country, depending on how Americanized that country is, their dream is to fulfill the experience and be completely, you know what I'm saying, synchronized and become an American simp. You know what I'm saying? So to me, you got to understand, man, that this is what the women got to choose from. And you wonder why simp hunting is happening. Like I tell guys, man, I've been working on myself for years. Like I tell guys, and I'm perfectly willing to tell you this. I got more experience simping than I do not simping. That's the majority of men here. If you were born and raised here, what you think you're gonna have experience? You know? Well, America, great land, great opportunity. God bless America much. I love this country. Got nothing but love for America. And, I've been able to do a lot of great things. You know what I'm saying? I don't speak out of hate or nothing like that. I speak from a perspective of seeking to better the nation. You know what I'm saying? The men who want to better the country aren't going to go with the grain that's destroying it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to return to the 1950s, 1940s, 30s, 20s. I don't want to return to nothing in the past, because the past is what led us to the present. Why would I want to return to the moment that got us here? You want to make a better present, a present that the past could never equal. You know what I'm saying? That's why all these men in the manosphere, all these scammers and guiders and guys just hustling. Oh, we need to return America to the 1940s, the 20s, the 30s. Let's go backwards. I mean, that'll be progressive. Let's go backwards so we can return to where we are now. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, to watch it decay again. Let's rewind. Let's go back to 1968. Let's go to 68 so we can relive what happened in 1969. In fact, let's go further. Let's keep trying to relive when things, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like riding a roller coaster and it crashed and you're like, you know what? Let's not even build a better roller coaster. Let's bring back the old roller coaster and ride it again. You know what I'm saying? Let's ride it before it broke. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Yeah, polygamy. Yeah. Well, Pars brings up something big, is that if the women in Atlanta knew, this is how you know polygamy, and like I said, you're not dealing with the natural state of women anyway. Why would women that know there are more women than men, plus there's a high population of men in the rainbow, want to just lower just child support and not bring polygamy? You know what I'm saying? If Atlanta really wanted to solve this issue, it would bring back polygamy, because you just changing the marital laws and all that still leaves more women single and alone than with a man. But if you brought back polygamy in Atlanta, 5, 6, 7, 8, how many women would get picked up? And remember, they could all work. How much money that family would have if it was a polygamous family? The amount of money would be insane. One chick gets pregnant, the others watch and help take care of it. Then they go to work. You know what I'm saying? Come back home, go to work. Another one gets pregnant. Then the others watch that kid. Then they go to work. The amount of money that could be made through polygamy right now. Because a lot of people, when they speak of polygamy, they speak of polygamy from the 1800s and 1700s before men and women both worked. Before men and women both worked. Now both men and women do work. So if you had a polygamous relationship where the man could lead comfortably, he could lead and be a leader, the amount of income that would come to that household would be crazy, because those women would not have to pay for a daycare. They wouldn't have to pay for a daycare because one woman would be at the house anyway. You know what I'm saying? Then their children, they would not need to hire a babysitter, because them having children with the same man would mean eventually one kid will be old enough to watch his siblings. So you don't pay for any, daycare or babysitters, because eventually one of those kids will be old enough to watch the other kids. You know what I'm saying? Modern polygamy, the money would be insane. The amount of money you could bring in a household, just imagine. Just picture, do this. Look up how much money a nurse makes. Look up how much money a nurse makes. Now imagine 6 nurses that live with you in one household, 6, and all that income is coming into that household. Imagine that. Because another scam you'll hear in the ministry, well, I want a stay-at-home wife, and so I want my wife not to earn resources, not to bring any money to the table. Come on, man. We're going backwards. And the thing is, women been working. They've been working forever. That narrative that women never work, that is a lie. History, you could look up history and you'll see female farmers and all that stuff. And there's no such thing as a day women didn't work. It's just they didn't work 100% with the modern capitalism, modern business. But women and men have always been working. There's never been a decade since we were a species. Both men and women have always worked. And any man trying to buy into this whole stay-at-home wife, think about the narrative of a stay-at-home wife. Your woman wants to say, well, I don't want to bring any money or any resources to this family. I just want to stay at home and raise a child. And here's how you know the intent isn't actually good, is that she wants to stay at home and have a child and raise it as though you didn't give her that child as an experience, as though that's not a gift. You didn't give her something to experience full femalehood. You know what I'm saying? She just wants to stay at home and have her child. Her, when it's supposed to be your child. You know what I'm saying? It's like me and you going to McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? I ordered a burger, and when I ordered it and I paid for it, the dude who made the person who made the burger says, that's my burger. I want to thank you for giving me the ability to make my burger. You know what I'm saying? This is the society you're in, man. You know, a lot of guys don't get it, man. All this manosphere videos. This is why I tell guys, you gonna go ghost, man. There is no choice. Some people make it say, oh, the truth, what, you a dictator? No, I'm not a dictator. You know what I'm saying? When the absolute punishment is absolute, what do you think your reply to it has to be? It has to be absolute. You know what I mean? That word, a lot of guys get a misconception when they say fight fire with fire. A lot of guys think, oh, fight fire with fire means fight fire with fire. No, fire's gonna burn everything. So your answer and your solution has to be the exact rate of absolute, you know, what's going to happen. And it has to match. It has to match. If your society is saying, if you get involved from this standpoint, we will absolutely destroy you. So what's going to be your reply to that? Well, I'm not involved. I will absolutely not be involved. You know what I'm saying? How you like that? I'm absolutely stepping away. I'm full-time ghosting. Yeah, I'm going to be at the bar. I'm going to chill. I'm going to drink. I'm going to live my life, man. I'm going to do things I want to do. I'm going to prioritize my freedom and mobility above all. And I will prioritize, it's like it's like commandments. You know what I'm saying? Number one commandment will be my freedom is priority, my freedom. Number two will be I will be disattached. I will detach to any hope. I will never place hope above the results and the law and the absolute consequences that I can face. Then number three will be my mobility. My mobility will be priority. I will put my mobility above all. You know what I'm saying? I will have to be able to be mobile at the drop of a dime. You know what I'm saying? That White House, that picket fence, that don't mean nothing. We're in the age of business. If you have a house and you're not Airbnb-ing it, you're not making money from your house. Why do you have a house? Because I want the validation of being a house owner. That's what I want. I want the validation of being a house owner. Dude, you're not making money from your house. Then why do you have it? If it's not a business thing, if it's not money, then why do you have it? So you could wave your hands around and say, I'm a house owner. While guess who got your balls as a house owner? The house association. They got your balls. You're paying money so someone can hold your balls. You know what I mean? That's what you're paying money for. You're paying money so the house association can own your balls. Why do you think the rich and wealthy, they live in big mansions and where they can fully design it and do whatever the hell they want? You know what I'm saying? Or they bought so many acres of land, no one else lives there, so they can avoid the homeowners association. If I own 50 acres of land and I want to literally build a replica of Batman's mansion, you know what I'm saying? I want Batman's mansion and I just want to come home and for some reason wear all black and read fake newspapers about what the Joker did and what the Penguin did, and I just want to pretend like, oh shit, man, Gotham is in danger, and I want to hire a butler to pretend he's Alfred, and I want him to say, Master Bruce, what will you do, Master Bruce? I'm gonna be like, God damn it, Alfred, the Joker's out again. Damn it! I swear I put that son of a bitch in Arkham Asylum. He got out again, and the Penguin is holding he's opening a new casino. You know what I mean? That's why the wealthy own mansions and they own acres of land, so they don't gotta give their balls to the homeowners association. You know what I'm saying? If I had bread, man, I'd literally build a replica of the, you know what I'm saying, of the Bat Cave, or I'd literally, in fact, I'd build a replica of Dragon Ball Z. Damn, I forget. Yeah, not Corrin's Tower, not that. Where Kami lives. I'd build a replica. You know what I'm saying? I'd build a replica of the hyperbolic chamber. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And people could fly over the house and say, "Yo, this man is crazy." I'm crazy for paying for something and living the life I want. You know what I'm saying? I would build a whole replica of, you know what I'm saying, something like it's a film. I'd build a replica of potentially Gotham. You know what I'm saying? Metropolis. You know what I'm saying? The Daily Bugle, and just once in a while I'd wear a suit and pay somebody so I could pretend to fight crime. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? In the 90s, when I'm talking right now, a majority of guys will say, oh, that is dope. That is fucking awesome. I want that. That is fire. Can I be a part of that? Could I pretend to be the Flash? You know what I'm saying? And we could reenact shit. You know what I mean? We could destroy things with TNT and the property. You know what I mean? The man today is so feminized. Well, that wouldn't look proper. How you gonna have a family in that household? Man, I'm a man, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's about what I want. If some chick don't want that life, whatever. That's live her life, man. That got nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not looking for some chick to validate how I live. She either with the program or not. It's really that simple. That's it. You know what I mean? That's how men live, man. It ain't no, well, man, I stopped doing this because my girl don't approve. My girl don't approve of me dressing as Batman during Halloween trick or treat and walking around the community like I'm saving it, or like I'm on the neighborhood watch. She don't approve of that, so I don't do that no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I tell guys, the man in the West, his dream is to move from his parents' supervision to his girl's supervision. You know what I'm saying? Your father and mother used to tell you when to sleep, when to go, when you could go outside. And the majority of men in the West, their dream is for their girl to tell them when they can go outside, when they can sleep. I got a man cave. She let me have a man cave. I pay for the whole house and she let me have a man cave. It's like a kid. It's like a kid saying, yo, man, I went to my mom, I went to my pops, and they let me have a Hot Wheels car with a remote control. They let me. Oh my God, this is awesome. What's the difference? Like what's the difference, man? You know what I'm saying? What's the difference? And you got guys, telling me, oh man, this man, Tom Brady, Shaquille O'Neal. You literally got videos of Shaquille O'Neal now saying, I was in the wrong. I'm the one who cheated on my wife and I didn't do the right thing. I didn't know what to do. Put my check. I didn't know what to do and I cheated on her. I should have been an honest man. Dude, you're Shaquille O'Neal. World recognized. The world knows you, man. You know what I'm saying? Them other dudes in them sultans. Like right now in America, there's a big fear. I touched up on it on a previous stream. I gotta do another video on Hollywood, but there's a fear in America now that the Saudis are gonna buy all American entertainment and return American entertainment to what it was in the 80s, the 70s, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They fear. Think about it. The West is so messed up right now. The men are so feminized now that the only way to save masculine representation is if a foreigner comes here and says, nah, man, we're not going to have none of that pink-pilled garbage up here, man. We bringing America back to when it was action. You know what I'm saying? Throwing a cigar, smoking a cigar. You know what I'm saying? When action heroes said, you know what? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? When action heroes said, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to remember what Jesse the Body Ventura said. Oh yeah, there it is. I ain't got time for bleeding. You know what I'm saying? He's bring back the one-liners of I smell lead. So that means someone's dead. You know what I'm saying? Or, it ain't loud enough. Time to blow something up. You know what I mean? Bring back the action. You know what I'm saying? Like, what movie do you see right now where you're like, oh, that dude is cool. That dude is action-packed. That dude's in the best shape of his life, man. I want to be just like him. I saw a trailer for a new movie where the action star looks like he's a Starbucks barista. You know what I mean? You got people bragging online, oh, dude, I'm going to watch Dune. Where it's some skinny dude who's built like he would struggle to lift a Kit Kat bar, man. You know what I'm saying? Get to the chopper. Get down now. You know what I'm saying? You know, or the Stallone. I'm trying to remember the Rock. You, Adrian. We got it. I love you, Adrian. I don't care if I gotta go to Russia to fight him. I'm gonna do it because I'm a man. You don't got those movies no more. All the movies you hear now, well, I gotta do it because I love you. I'm gonna do it because you're the best thing in my life. I'm gonna do it because of the power of love. I'm gonna fight an army because love conquers all. They're like, what the fuck, man? What are you saying? You know what I'm saying? And you're mad at the women? I mean, this is why, man. Like I told guys, this is a full-time ghosting, so I don't, what I mean, this ain't that type of video, but this is why I tell guys, when you're in this space, you can already tell, man. You can already tell the agenda. If guys are bitching and crying, then they don't truly know what the hell's going on. They don't truly know what's going on. They don't truly know what's going on. You're crying, you're bitching, you're simping. All the men, I've been on multiple streams. All the streams you hear, why don't the women choose me? I got my hands out there, and why don't they choose me and make me their little bitch? You know what I'm saying? That's what the majority of these streams be, man. Why don't they choose me? What man who claims to be a leader is talking about why doesn't she choose me versus I choose her? Man, shit is funny, man. You know what I mean? This stuff is funny, man. And you wonder why we got simp hunters, man. You know what I mean? It went from, oh, look at, yeah, bro, come on. It went from Van Damme, Bolo Dang to John Wick and Cuck Thor. Yeah. I mean, think about it, man. Keanu Reeves, let's be honest, man. Keanu Reeves, yes, he was cool. There were cool effects in the Matrix. They were cool. But is Keanu Reeves like Van Damme? Keanu Reeves is just an average looking dude wearing a suit, shooting a gun. Yeah, it's cool, but Keanu Reeves isn't an action star of masculinity, just, awesome, balls. I watch the movies. Yeah, he wears a suit and he shoots things. Okay. But no one's ever looked at Keanu Reeves and said, yeah, man, that dude he's Van Damme. He's like Bruce Lee. He's Chuck Norris. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's think about it, man. Today's generation right now, John Wick is your number one hero. John Wick. Keanu Reeves is your action star. Keanu Reeves to me has always been the surfer, cool. He does cool things. Was Keanu Reeves in my mind ever an action hero? You know what I'm saying? No. In my mind, he's still, in my opinion, he's still Shane Falco. You know what I'm saying? Shane Falco from the Replacement Players. That's what Keanu Reeves is to me, Shane Falco. You know what I'm saying? Neo, whatever. But even when you watch The Matrix, did you watch The Matrix and say, dude, Keanu Reeves could kick anybody's ass. He's the toughest man on God's green earth. No, you were like, oh, dude, he did cool things. Awesome. That's it. He did cool things. You know what I'm saying? Would I take, who would I take? Neo or Rambo? Rambo. No thoughts about it. You know what I mean? I'd rewatch Rambo 1 to, I wouldn't watch, I saw the last one. Stallone messed it up. He didn't have long hair. He didn't have the bandana. He got lazy with the visuals. He just looked like Stallone. Rocky. It was, and he didn't fight in Mexico. It was on his farm. It was bloody and action-packed, but it was lazy. You know what I'm saying? So today's heroes now is Keanu Reeves. No offense to Keanu Reeves. I watched John Wick, but I never watched John Wick and said, Yo, he could kick anybody's ass. If I ever met Keanu Reeves in real life, I'd be scared. No, man. Nah, never. Come on, man. Keanu Reeves has always been Keanu Reeves. He's in movies where he does cool things. That's it. Cool things, bro. That's it. You know what I mean? He does cool things. That's Keanu Reeves' whole career. He does cool things. The Matrix, he did cool things. You know what I'm saying? He did cool things, man. Bill and Ted's Awesome Adventure, he did cool things. You know what I mean? Have I ever watched a movie? I'm like, oh man, I'm scared of Keanu Reeves. He's a tough guy. No, never. To me, an actor they wasted, or he wasted himself, was what's his name who plays Wolverine, man? Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman could have been with his Wolverine if he would have done more action films, man. Hugh Jackman could have been the next Arnold Schwarzenegger, the next Rambo, you know, the next super action star, but he just did Wolverine and did plays and all that. He didn't understand. Today's actors don't understand that, dude. Once you do something, you're an action star. That's all you need to do. More action. You know what I'm saying? You look at the actor who played Captain America, Chris Simp Evans, man. That coward. He played. How do you play Captain America? A leader, a strong, stoic man, a man's man, action packed. Then he plays a simp who went overseas because a girl ghosted him. Then he plays Buzz Lightyear, who's in the closet. You know what I'm saying? Then they wonder, well, how come no one's watching my movies? How come I'm not a star? You know what I'm saying? How come you're not a star? Because, dude, you chose the closet over being an action star. You know what I mean? Do sensitive movies and all that BS, man. Oh yeah, Charles Bronson. Oh, my brother, you Death Wish. Oh, Death Wish. I watched all of them. If you want to watch a good Punisher movie, watch the Death Wish series, man. Charles Bronson in that movie he's basically the Punisher. He's the Punisher before the Punisher. You know, no, I don't think it was Death Wish. I forget the name of the movie, bro, with Charles Bronson. Was it Death Wish? It's a movie where he just goes around, you know what I mean, with a gun, just a vigilante, just, you know, mowing them down, dude. I watched that movie. I was like, this is hard body, man. This is, you know what I'm saying? No love interest. And if he does have one, you know, the 80s and action movies of the 70s was, yo, the love interest dies. He just keeps going on a murder spree and then gets another one. That's it. I remember a scene in Rambo where he was, you know, the mechanic. I gotta watch that, you know what I mean? There's a movie, I think it was Rambo 2. Rambo was interested in a chick and she got mowed down, dude, gunned down, bro. Rambo looked at her body and went right back to the action, man. You know, he didn't bury her. He ain't do nothing. He went straight to the action, man. You know, or No Country for Old Men. Oh, that's a classic. That's a classic right there. And look at him, yo, Nezzy Nez. Look at him, bro. He could have been an action star, Javier Bardem, after No Country for Old Men, and he just stopped. You get that momentum, and then you just don't do nothing. You know, went back to doing all these soft, simpy movies, The Love Lost, and all that BS. When after watching No Country for Old Men, he should have been the action star, just going around doing Rambo type movies. You know what I mean? Rambo type movies, and instead, after No Country for Old Men, he just stopped. You know what I'm saying? You look at a guy like Heath Ledger, who I spoke about when I was starting this stream, is that Heath Ledger played the Joker, had all the momentum in the world. And then, you know what I'm saying, he's losing his kid. You know, Heath Ledger is from Australia. And Australia, you know, no disrespect to the homies in Australia, but man, Australia got a lot of, you know, if I was to consider, there's some countries that they won't give us a run for our money. You know, we're number one in simping. We're undefeated, man. We are the greatest simps this world has ever seen. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no greater land. You know what I'm saying? In America, you can't you can't cross the street without bumping into a simp, man. You can't. We're the greatest. We're the greatest of all time. There is no competition in simping. But Australia, man, your Aussies, man, your Aussies, man. I'm not saying you give us a run for our money in the Simp Olympics, but Australia got some high caliber simping, man. Heath Ledger, his wife left him, and what does Heath Ledger do? This is why I tell guys, man. Guys tell me, oh, hold the truth hostage. You don't know what you're talking about. Why would a man? He has a child. This is why I keep trying to tell guys. The woman is the finish line. The children don't matter, man. The American simp doesn't care about his kids. Why would you commit? Why would you commit self-deletion? Why would you get the last necktie? Oh, yo, you said bronze medal, koala. you said bronze medal. You said, yo, you said Australia ain't even the silver medal in the Simp Olympics. Damn. Yo, man, Australia, my apologies, man. I mean, I wonder who would be the silver medal if America's the gold standard for simping. Then would it be Canada or the United Kingdom, man? You know what I'm saying? It might be Canada. Canada might be the silver. You know what I'm saying? The silver gold medalist in the Simp Olympics. Yeah, Australia simp for Conan 19. Conan 19 was wild in Australia, but I won't go too deep into that. But you know what I'm saying? 24 karat gold, you're damn right, man. We in America, I think in America I think we've only lost the Simp Olympics, uh damn, are we undefeated? I'm trying to think about it, you know what I'm saying? Because United Kingdom was #1 in simping until American Revolution. When the American Revolution happened, you know what I'm saying? United Kingdom was #1 in simping. They haven't won the Simp Olympics since before the independence. You know what I mean? After that, we Americans have taken the ball and we've been undefeated, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's been a greater country for simping. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we've been defeated since the founding, since the founding fathers, man. You know what I'm saying? Well, actually, no, I think actually the United Kingdom was probably winning the Simp Olympics and didn't beat America. I think America became undefeated after the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? After the Civil War, when America started getting more bitchy, man, then we became unbeaten. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the laws being passed to end polygamy. I think it's between United Kingdom and America, man. If America's gold, then United Kingdom has to be silver. They gotta be. Or France. I don't know about France. You know what I'm saying? I mean, France's king, France's president right now is a super simp. He went back to his teacher that is like over 10 years older than him, man. You know what I'm saying? They got a simp president, man. They high caliber presidential simp, you know what I mean? So, but I think we Americans, maybe, I think we've been unbeaten since, I'm trying to think. It might be after, it's probably after the no fault divorce or something. We would have to do a little research, but man, I think it had to be the United Kingdom's probably got more gold medals than us Americans. If you look at their founding and all that stuff, maybe they got more gold medals. But we've been running with this Simp Olympics and we have not lost. You know what I'm saying? We never lost the Simp Olympics in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s. You know what I'm saying? We might have lost something in the 50s. I'm not 100% sure. I would have to look at the laws. I have to look at the laws. I mean, we never lost, man. We unbeaten, man. But yeah, man. All I gotta say, I gotta in the stream. I gotta go handle something. But man, just think about it, man. You gotta be aware. You gotta understand the women don't have a choice but to be simp hunters. In a land of simps, you know, what other choices do the women have? What other choice? You know what I'm saying? And we all know with this full-time ghosting, how it's gotta work. Is that, dude, if you in a relationship right now, if you with a chick and she just says and does something wrong, you leave. You know what I'm saying? That's what full-time ghosting is about. You leave. You're not gonna talk, you're not gonna say nothing. Because with this phone, this internet stuff, you gone, man. You know what I mean? The headaches ain't worth it. The post on Instagram and accusing you of domestic violence and your character being destroyed, it ain't worth it. So the full-time ghost, I tell guys, we're in the age of the no-term relationship and the temporary term relationship. You know what I mean? And guys have accepted that. That's what this full-time ghosting is about. You've accepted it. There is no end game because the end game is you being at the end, you ending you. When the end game, when the end goal is your ending, the ending of your life, you ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? I tell guys, we're in a situation right now where the best thing a man, now, if you got kids, I've spoken to some guys, you pay your child support, man. You pay your child support. You pay your money, do what you got to do, but understand that those kids are no longer your kids. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys have taken offense when I said this, but there ain't no such thing as a father. You can't claim to be a father of your kids if you don't got full custody. You know what I'm saying? I've seen guys, I got 20% custody, 50-50. Yo, if you don't have 100% custody, those kids are not under your authority. You're not a father, man. I you know what I'm saying? I can be this blunt because, you know what I mean? When the truth has to be said and there's nothing else about it, is that I'm gonna be this blunt. We're men. We're not here to sugarcoat and give each other flowers and hug each other and all this stuff over and have you cry on my shoulders and all that BS. No, man. What man can proudly say, yeah, I got 50-50 custody. I get my kids 50% of the time. What kind of message is that sending? Then we're shocked that the future men are proud to be simps, proud to be, simp, proud to participate in the Simp Olympics. It's a vicious cycle. My father had me 50-50 custody. 50-50. Oh my God, he was such a great dad. 50-50 custody. Oh man, my dad had me once a week. He was such a great dad once a week. Oh man, you gotta understand, once the state gets involved, I don't know if I did a video on it, but I did do a video. I think I did a video called Biological Stepfather. Biological. And a lot of men today are training their sons to be the next biological stepdad. If you don't have full custody of your kids, man, those are not your kids, man. The law of manhood is simple. Those are my kids. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have full custody, those ain't your damn kids, man. That's the state's kids. You're just a biological stepdad. Uh, um, uh, um, uh, Family court, could I please spend more time with 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 my with with my son and my daughter. Family court, please. Can I get more time, please? You know, can I get more time, please? My kids, you know, they're my kids. No, they're not. No, once you got to understand the law of manhood, man. You know, I'm not even gonna bring up the risk, dude. If some chick puts you on child support, pay the money. Those kids now are a bill. They're not your children anymore. They belong to the state and her. And remember, I've said this in a previous stream. I gotta do a video on it, because a lot of people will tell me, "Oh, hold the truth hostage. Why don't you cut up your videos? You know, take some points and make them small." Dude, I don't got time, man. I just did a 4-hour, 5-hour stream, and you want me to scroll back and cut this stuff up? Dude, I don't got time for that, man. You want to do it, do it. You want a timestamp, bro. You know what I mean? I don't got time for that, bro. I got other things to do. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is this, man, if you do not have 100% access to your children, how are they yours? You know, other men in the manosphere are listening to this. This is why I don't, I hold the truth hostage, guys. What's wrong with him? You know, where's his heart? Dude, man, I still got a heart. You know what I'm saying? I'm just honest. I'm just giving you the truth, man. The black pill, unadulterated, unfiltered. I'm giving you the full-time ghost. If I don't have full control, this is why this full-time ghosting is. It's if I don't, they're my kids. If I can't see my kids when I want to, they're not mine. They belong to the state. I'm gonna give the money, and I'm not gonna support. I've seen videos where a guy brags about, "Well, I pay my child support and I still spend a lot of money around my kids when I have them." So you're saying you approve of this system, you support it with money, then you give it a surplus. You know what I'm saying? You give it a surplus. What I'm saying right now, some guys are in their feelings, crying, they're gonna unsub, whatever. It don't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even exist. These thoughts, your validation, it doesn't exist. If you don't have full custody, you're a biological stepfather. You're those kids' father by biology, yes. They're your kids, genetics, all that crap. But guess what? You have the same rights and access to those kids as a stepfather. At any time, you gotta get approval, and bro, you gotta look sideways to just be with them. You're a biological stepfather, man. You know what I'm saying? And you support the system. Why would I reward a system with more money, more dedication? That's what you be hearing from these dudes. "Oh man, I got 50-50 custody. I give it my all. I give it 100%. I go the extra mile when I have my kids. I see them every 2 days on the week. I go the extra mile. I give it 110%. I give it more than 100%. I go all the way." I'm like, so you're rewarding the system for taking your children. You're supporting it. You know what I'm saying? You're going the extra distance for children, your own kids you don't have access to. You know what I'm saying? And when you speak on a holistic level, I've learned you gotta search this word holistic. You know what I mean? When you look at things from a perspective of how they all fits together, how it works, yeah. Dude, once the way you gotta look at it like this, if the state gets involved, Those are no longer my kids until they want to see me as adults. If they want to see me when they're 21, cool. Come see me. You an adult, you could come talk to me. But after that, it's done. You know what I'm saying? So that means for the next 21 years, I will not be there. My money will be there. The resources will be there. Here you go. I'm paying my child support. Is that 600? Here's the money. You know what I'm saying? You don't, you have my number. You won't, well, you can't hide your address because, it'll be on the family court, whatever. But, to me, if I was put on child support, I'm getting a restraining order on the baby moms. I'm getting a restraining order on the children. You can't bring them near me legally at all. You know what I'm saying? Once you've made those kids a bill, I will pay my bill. That's it. You pay your bill and keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to get access to me, trips, events, parties, birthday presents. Why? That's what the child support is for. That's what you wanted. You wanted the money. Here you go. You got the money. It's done. You know what I'm saying? This is done. Get the money. And then I don't trust the kids. I don't trust the weapons you've turned them. Once you've gotten the state involved, everything is a danger, a trap, a threat. So those kids, they can't be around me till they're 21. You know what I mean? Literally 21. Because I cover this all the time. I've seen it happen where a father was spending time with his kids. He had his day of custody, and guess what? The moms accused him of, getting them drunk, being alcoholic around him. Once they got home, she rubbed some alcohol and liquor on them, recorded them saying, "Honey, you smell like liquor. What's that smell on you?" It does smell. It does smell strange. Then she resends that video and you done. Men, the modern man rewards for his suffering. He rewards it. You know what I'm saying? And they'll bring up all this coping mechanism. Well, those are my kids and I got to do everything to be around them. No, they're not. They're state property. They ain't your kids. You know what I'm saying? State property. They're no longer your kids, man. You don't need the BS around me, man. You don't need to lie. You know what I'm saying? The coping mechanisms, just so you could struggle, they're not yours, man. The best part of waking up is cope in your cup. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you a man. You didn't lose nothing. You didn't give birth to those kids, bro. You move on. It's going to be painful. It's going to be probably the most painful thing psychologically and mentally for you. You move on. It is what it is what it is, not what it should be. You're at the point, the way the country is right now, the safest thing to do for a child is not to have them. That's how crazy it is. The safest thing you as a man can do, the most stable thing you can do is, I guess, what I mean, blast the ranch in like a a sock, a sock or something, a paper towel, and throw it away. You know what I'm saying? Or take it overseas. Domestically, you can't do nothing. Now, if you're a father, I've spoken to some dudes that's fathers. If you're a father and you got custody, do what you can, man. Spend time, do what you can, and all that stuff. Do what you can, and try to preserve the sanity of that kid as best as you can. That's all I can tell you. Because the way the system's working, man. Now in California, they got a bill that was passed where if the school can get your kid to identify as something else, the state has the right to come take your kids. Now think about it. If your child is trolling online, he's a troll. He's trolling that he's changed his gender or whatever. He's trolling online, and then the school system gets a whiff of that. The local governor gets a whiff of that, and they come take your kid, man. You know what I'm saying? And your kid's like, but I was just trolling, man. I'm not really identifying as I'm trolling. No. You admitted what you are, son. You know the law in California. You know, you know what I'm saying. If you identify as that, we need. And is your parents against that? I don't know. I don't know if my parents. I don't think so. But they never mentioned it. Well, we gotta take that kid, man. You know, the state's gotta confiscate your kids. And you know, when you ask to come see your kid, they're gonna be, well, for the kids' protection, we had to relocate them. So they'll come see you when they're old enough. When they're 21 or something like that, if they remember you, they'll come. When in truth, they're really, you know, who knows what they're doing to them kids. You know what I'm saying? But you know, this is what's going on, man. And you got guys speaking up and trying to talk this up and put a different spin on it. Yo, this is the scenario you're in. You're at the point where, like I tell guys, this full-time ghosting is the only proper response. The only way to properly respond to absolute destruction is with an absolute solution. That's it. There ain't no middle ground. There's no compromise. It's all about the only way to cancel out another absolute is with another absolute. That's it. There ain't no cope and hope and all that crap. No, that ain't an option. The option is absolute. You know what I mean? There can't be no hope and all that. You know, you can enjoy yourself. Like, you know, a lot of people look at these candles on this. Why do you got a bunch of ghosts? And, you know, I got to let guys know, man, what happens when a lot of ghosts get together? We hunting. That's what we doing right now. We hunting. We haunting. That's it. You know what I'm saying? We haunting. And the reason I got the candles is that's how people got to get you back in the system. It has to be a prayer. They got to go through rituals, you know. They got to try to resummon you, do a ritual to get you back in the system. If they can call you and bring you back, if they can, you know, make some quick little shame tactics and all that, you ain't ghosting, man. You ain't a full-time ghost. You a part-time ghost. You know what I'm saying? You part-timer. You know what I'm saying? We out here haunting, man. You know what I mean? On this stream, we haunting. And guess what? The number one form of entertainment right now is podcasting and listening to someone and all that. Oh, get some, you should get some. That's word. You know what I mean? I was planning on getting a theme song, but you know, I want to, you know, that might be taking it too far. You know what I mean? With certain example. But the thing is, man, this is how people got to get you back in the system. If no one around you is saying, damn, and the thing is, this includes everybody. You know what I mean? Man, so you gotta understand, man, if people can get you back in their life, get you back on a program without a prayer and hope, you know what I'm saying? If they don't have hope and they're not coping and praying to get you back, yeah, it's done. You know, I told the homie Pars, man. Shout out to the homie Pars, man. You know, I told him, man, like watch the movie Casper the Friendly Ghost from the 90s, man. That whole movie was about bringing him back as a human. You know what I'm saying? Taking away his freedom. If you watch that movie from a perspective of philosophy and you see the chick is bait and all that, you're like, wow, yo, man, you know, being a ghost, you go through walls, man. We go through walls, man. We don't have walls. That's why I'm telling guys this full-time ghosting, you know what I mean? I don't, I'm gonna tell you what's eliminated. I don't, it's not about caring. Why would I care about something that doesn't exist as an option? When something doesn't exist as an option, how can you care? You know what I'm saying? It's not an option. You know, ghosts go through walls, man. You think a ghost is worried about bumping into a wall, getting hurt by a wall? No, you go through it. The way the system's designed and the way society's operating, way society's moving, what, you plan things out and, it's not an option to be attached to it. So it is what it, whatever, guys are still in denial phase. That ghosting is the solution. Still hoping they will luck out with the white picket fence. It may take a while before they can get rid of that. I mean, I get why guys bring up Disney, but guys are ghosting, man. I've seen it. I was there when the Me Too happened. I was working in New York and I overheard some guys, and they were some making money guys. And they're like, I ain't doing it. Guys are part-time ghosting, man, but slowly it's happening. A lot of guys are becoming, and you could tell by looking at the law. If you look at the legal system and how things are changing, Roe v. Wade is gone. Affirmative action is gone federally. Atlanta, Georgia. Look up Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia has turned child support to a flat fee of $300. Then certain states, they're doing these programs where, chick gets some money for child support. She can only spend it a certain way. They're trying. Dude, a lot of guys need to understand, man. We don't need many men, man. If you look at the history of men, all it takes is a few. You got to understand, one man is the removal of just one man from following the society. It affects hundreds of lives, hundreds, monthly, hundreds. You got to look at it like this. You know how they say it's just less than 1% of men stop working, the whole country shuts down. That's how you got to look at this. The way things are going is that every one man that removes himself affects literally hundreds a month. Think about it. If you're living your life with the pursuit of the long term, the marriage, and the whole system, the whole societal validation standards and all that stuff, think about how many people you're going to try to impress, the money you're going to spend, the dates, and all this stuff you're going to go into. You're literally, you being removed from the system, it affects one man. For every one man that says, you know what, and a lot of guys are doing it. A lot of guys are waking up, man. And I've seen it. I've seen, I've seen the eyes of certain guys where I'm like, oh, he just looks like, he just doing his own thing. He doesn't look invested in a lot of this, or he's zoned out living his life. Guys are more worried about their stocks, business. You got to understand, men will substitute. You want to have kids. Let's say you're 23 and you're like, oh, you want to be a father, man, which is perfectly healthy. This narrative that in the manosphere, oh man, you gotta be 30 years old, 40 years old to be a father. No, that's unnatural. It's unnatural that you're waiting longer to be a father. There's nothing natural about that. But guess what men do? You want to have kids, you want to be a father. If that's not an option, you're going to substitute. You're going to cope, or you're going to find a substitute. You're going to either get pets, you're going to get stocks, you're going to get into business, hobbies. You will adapt and restructure that energy, that fatherhood energy that's rolling in you. You know what I'm saying? That, you're like, oh man, I was a big brother. I was a great big brother. I want to be a father now. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, I don't know, 21. And you're like, I'm ready. I'm ready to be a pops. So you revert that energy into something else, man. A lot of guys, it's already happening, man, and they're losing. Look at a good example to look at it is the money video games are generating. Video games are generating a crazy load of money. Look at Fortnite. You know what I'm saying? A crazy load of money, because the energy men would spend on their children, you know what I'm saying? They're pro Street Fighter guys. You know what I'm saying? They're pro Street Fighter. He's a Madden pro player, whatever. They're utilizing their energy into alternative ways. Men don't just sit around like even me. I mean, dude, a lot of people don't know, man. I've literally in less than 6 months, in a combination with AI and working on my own things, dude, I've written over 6 books, man. I've written over 6 books in less than 6 months. In all honesty, I figured out techniques to write books like it's nothing. I gotta edit them. I put my energy in other things, man. You know what I'm saying? There's ways to cope. That of course, the word cope has become dirty. But let's be honest, man. There's either copes, there's mechanisms. You got natural mechanisms built in to substitute whatever's going on. So what I mean? I'm doing other things, man. There's a difference. There's difference from a guy who's, yo, man, putting energy in other places. You know what I mean? The guy that's coping, oh, I'm gonna get all this bread, I'm gonna get this, and I'll have a good family, the money and all this stuff the security and this and that. And then Tom Brady, what happened to Tom Brady, man? Oh, that's an outlier. Tom Brady's, you'll never be Tom Brady. Okay, what happened to all the other millions of guys? That's a horror. That's a bad cope. There's good cope, there's bad cope. You know what I'm saying? But another thing is, there's just, I'm full-time ghost. I'm just doing my own thing, man. What's not on the table isn't on the table. You know what I'm saying? It's like going to Thanksgiving and you're upset. You're at a Thanksgiving, you ordered some food and you're upset about something that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, bro. The option doesn't exist, man. And I'm good. Does it have some psychological? I was talking to somebody and he told me, yo, for you, the way you're thinking, you're programming yourself to be somewhat psychologically, you're altering your psychological, your psyche. And I'm like, yeah, we have to. You know what I'm saying? You're behind enemy lines for male stability. Male stability isn't legal. You know what I'm saying? It isn't legal. So you're behind enemy lines on a mental level. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people watch all these mental videos, all mental health. All of a sudden, it's about mental health. Why is that? Why is it about mental health? Well, they're letting you know we're attacking the mental now. You know what I'm saying? We've been attacking the mental, and we're going to get you one way or another. If we can't get you physically to be in the system, we'll get your mind. We need you to be in a therapist every day telling them while they try to reprogram you. You know why you're so upset? Your life doesn't have any longing or any meaning. Maybe it's because you're not a father. Maybe it's because you don't have a family. You know, maybe it's because you don't have a family and, you know, you're longing for a family. Yo, respect to the homie D, man. Yeah, I do got a MGTOW.TV. You know what I mean? I'm on Rumble as well. You know, I don't advertise it to a certain extent, you know, but, you know, respect, man. Respect to the homie. And the thing is, I've been watching those Better Health commercials, man. Them Better Health commercials is crazy. You know what I'm saying? They're telling guys, yo, oh man, I got a new job. I've started a new job. I just don't feel that confident. Go to Better Help. You know what I'm saying? Yo, it's psychological warfare now. You were born, you're in a system. Over 80% of guys were raised in a non-stable family. It's chaos. For guys now, normality is chaos. So they come after your mind. If they can't get your body, they must get your body through your mind. You know what I'm saying? Through your mind. If we can't get your body, we'll get it through your mind. It's that old saying, if I can't come through the front door, I'm coming through the back door. If I can't come through the back door or the front door, I'm coming through the window. If I can't come through the window or the front door or the back door, I'm coming from the roof. If I can't come through the roof, you get where I'm going. You know what I'm saying? So what they're battling for now is your mind. We need to get these men's minds. You know what I mean? If we can't access them through traditional means, we have to get them. Now you got sport athletes, mental health. My guy, you play basketball. You dribble a ball and you shoot it in a hoop. And you only do that 40 to 60 minutes. You don't have no damn mental health issues, man. Get that BS out of here, man. Oh man, my mental health. I'm a wrestler, dude. You're an actor. What mental health issues do you have making $20 million to pretend to be somebody? Get the hell out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand in the 2010s, they made you proud to be a victim. The whole narrative in the 2010s, super early, it was about victimhood, the physical victimhood, getting you proud to be a physical victim. Then in the late 2010s, all of a sudden, they started pushing for you to be a mental victim, mental health victim. You know what I'm saying? So it's all pre-planned, man. It is, you know, I've done, what is it? I got over, when it come to YouTube, I'm almost about to hit that 600 mark, but I got over, what is it, 2,000 hours worth of content to watch on this channel. You know, a lot of the stuff I'm talking about now, you'd be shocked. I've been saying this for over 3, 5, 4 years, whatever this time this channel's been. They're coming for your mind. That's why I tell guys we're in the pink pill age. You know, it's all about emotion validation. So now they're coming for your mind. 2020s will be all about mental warfare. We saw what happened with Conan 19. You know what I'm saying? It's all mental warfare now. You know what I'm saying? If they can't get a man's body through physical interaction, they got to get it through mental interactions. They got to get you to surrender yourself to a therapist that can put you on some super strong drugs that will make sure it completely lobotomizes your individuality. It completely ends you. Then you need pills to function. You need to be like a machine. I need to recharge. I need my pills. I can't function without them. You know, I'm self-destructing. You know what I'm saying? Does not compute. Come on, man. But you know, to end the stream is you know, I'm gonna end it when I thank everybody for watching and all that. But you gotta understand, man, to end this stream is that, yeah, the women are simp hunting because they don't have no other choice. You know, you gotta understand this is a man's world. The laws, you know, the men write the laws, man. You know what I'm saying? The laws. So the women now in America, they don't have a choice but to hunt simps. That's all. That's over. I'd say you look in America now, simping. The simp is probably over 90% of the men. Over 90%. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at the divorce rate and say, okay, if women divorce men initiate the divorce over 80% of the time, then men initiate simping over 80% of the time. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the math like that, you understand. And even the women initiating divorce, you gotta ask yourself, why did she have to initiate divorce? Because that man is such a simp. If you watch most videos of men, what do they say? Man, I tried to make it work. I did everything, bro. I went to therapy with her. I spoke to her family. I changed my religion. I tried to make it work. So is it the women's fault that the men are so delusional? They will ignore when the woman, yo, she don't want to be here no more, bro. She don't want to be here. And you know, you could clearly see that, but you're trying to force this to work. So when it comes to you watch most of these manosphere videos, and you know, I've evolved. You know what I mean? If you go further back in my content, you know, you might see me speak a polar opposite somewhat of what I'm saying right now. You know what I mean? To a certain extent, you know, but when it comes to that initiation, the problem with a lot of guys, stop thinking on a surface level. Stop thinking on a surface level. Stop thinking on a beneath the surface. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I mean? Think of the soil. Think of the soil, man. You know what I'm saying? The soil. You know what I mean? A lot of women initiate over 80% of the divorces because the men push them to, bro. I know in your mind, oh, this sounds like simping and all this. No, it don't. You the one who initiated the marriage. You're the one who ignored the law and all this stuff. So that means technically, if you break it all down, technically, 100% of the divorces are initiated by the men. Because you joined in the system to begin with where you gave up your manhood and you know your right to a stability, your right to retirement and all that. So there's literally a video I saw online where this old man was like, "Yo, I lost my house." He was in a coma in the house. She took the house, she took everything, and left him for some other dude, whatever. And you know, when people watch the video, that oh man, that's sad. But if you dig deeper and say, what was he ignoring all these years? It couldn't have been this sudden, man. What was he ignoring? You know, I know he's to blame here. You know, in the manosphere, you'll hear this narrative, oh, that's simping, you're, you're, uh, you're siding with the woman, this and that. No, man, I'm siding with the truth. And the truth is you gotta look at it and say, what did this guy ignore? It's like I made a video called Traffic Signs or Traffic Lights. Is that if a man needs to see a red flag, that means he ignored the red traffic lights. He ignored the traffic lights. You know what I'm saying? You ignored the traffic lights. If you need to see a flag planted on the ground for you to say, oh, this is bad, I'm in a bad situation, then you already fucked. You already messed up, man. It's over. By the time you've seen the red flag or flags, you've already failed. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the traffic light. You know, we men are in a country where we're only allowed to move in the yellow light. We're in the caution. You know what I'm saying? and a caution. So, you got to move accordingly. There's a yellow light, a red light, and a green light. And we all know the way things work here, there ain't too many green lights. You know what I'm saying? With the legal system, ain't too many green lights on this nation's road. You know what I mean? It's really the yellow light. But other than that, man, I want to thank everybody for stopping by. This has been Hold the Truth Hostage, where if the truth was so important, we wouldn't negotiate with lies. We would hold the truth hostage. You know what I'm saying? I'll holler at y'all be easy. Peace.
They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain.